Hello. Excuse me. Ooh. I hope everyone's doing well. Alright. So, we are going to be continuing off with Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney. And... Alright. Okay, I think last we left off, we were doing Lana Sky. So, yeah, let's just get right into it. So we're in here. I'm pretty sure last we left off, we've already examined this room. So, I might just go back and go somewhere else. We've already talked to you. Oh, wait, no. Not examine? I don't know. Who do we go to? Actually, hold on. Wait. Did we actually talk to Gumshoe? Ah, here we go. So, Detective Gumshoe, you're boss for the day. That's right. It's an honor. After all, the murder took place right here in the police department. But if you're the boss, why are you all alone? Where are your underlings? They're using yesterday's findings to prepare for tomorrow's trial. In other words, you got kicked out of the investigation again. I'm adamant, though. I'm going to take control and put this case to rest. In my own evidence locker, pal. You have a locker in here? You have a locker in here too, Detective Gumshoe? Ha ha, of course. I'm a detective, after all. They gave me a locker that only I can open, pal. Only you can open? I'll always believe in Mr. Edgeworth, no matter what happens. So, Mr. Edgeworth is with the inquiry committee right now? They're trying to figure out who's responsible for the mess up in court today. I see. I guess this is what you call fate. Mr. Edgeworth just can't get away from that case. That case? Yeah, that case. The SL9 incident, of course. That was the beginning of the end for Mr. Edgeworth. Maybe we can get him to tell us more about the case. This place is more high-tech than you might think. Every locker is fixed so that only one detective can open it. Using their ID card? Well, that's the thing, pal. ID cards can be lost. Why, I'm on my 3rd card since entering the force already. That sounds like a lot. Yeah, but even I can't lose my own right hand. Right hand? Oh, you mean your fingerprint. Exactly, pal. The lock for each locker is coded with a fingerprint. So the only locker we can open is our own. Funny, they look like normal lockers. These are the latest model. Here's a trick to the handles. There's a trick to the handles, see? The handles? On the other side of the handles is a sensor. If the wrong person touches it, zap, you get a shock. If that's what happened, my hand would be black and smoking every day. In any case, the locks aren't that obvious. There are even some people on the force that don't know about the fingerprint locks. Only the assigned detective prince can unlock it. Indicator lamp lights up when it's open. Okay then. Well, now that you've opened up your locker for us... Oh, hold on. Examine... Slide to the right. What's this? Blood? It's a little warm, but there's definitely a handprint here. I think we've already read this. Looks like someone tried to wipe it off. Mr. Wright, what if there are other blood stains left in the room? We should use her testing fluid to check it out. Yes, I know. Actually... Is there... Oh, shit. No. Slide. There we go. Can we present this guy's ID card? Oh, wait. Present. That's the victim, Detective Goodman's ID card. These days, everything's card and secret numbers. I can never relax. That's only because you always lose your card. I always forget my secret number too. Scary, huh? My face should be ID enough. What's the world coming to? Detective Gumshoe rebel against the system. What else can we do? Oh, wait, is that this? Detective Goodman's note, and that switchblade knife. I bet Edgeworth was the most surprised of anyone, because the SL9 connection. That was Mr. Edgeworth's first big case, you know, 2 years ago. That was the first time the world knew Edgeworth was a man to be feared. But why would evidence from this case turn up now? guess it's not over, pal. Maybe there are some loose ends left on that case. Okay. Is there anything else? I've already examined that. Paint. Put these pieces to make a jar. There are two things that bother me. One, why are some of the pieces missing? Two, doesn't it seem a little unstable? No wonder it broke. I'll make sure to remember that next time I make a jar. Is there anything? It's just that thing. Slide. Really, then nothing else. Let's go guard station and talk to him. Nope, I'm already talked to him. Is there anything else that I can give Gumshoe? Oh, here we go. Now that was a bloody violent case. Violent? So it was a murder? A serial killing. Oh, Jesus. Alright then. A serial killing. Maybe I don't want to get involved in this after all. Oh, hold on. I got a cough. I might be a little bit too loud, so I'm just gonna make myself a little bit more quieter. Hopefully that's okay, and I'll make the game a little bit more quiet as well. There we go. Hopefully that's okay. But the killer made a mistake, and Mr. Edgeworth built his case around that to nab him. And shut the fuck up. Why are you... Shut up. And this was 2 years ago? That put Mr. Edgeworth right in the spotlight. And started the rumor mill. Rumors? About forged evidence? It was supposed to be all cleared up with the transferal the other day. It was the last job he ever did. Detective Goodman, that is. Huh? What do you mean? I'm confused. Detective Goodman was the detective in charge of the SL9 incident scene. So that's Switchblade. The victim took the knife out of the evidence locker himself? Can I provide... that's just the knife. No. I would like to present it. Go back. I can't present it. Nope. It seems like I can't present anything else. So let's go to guard station. Can I talk to you? No. No. I don't think there's anything. Go police department. And move to underground parking. Well, hello. We've already talked to her. Let's talk to Edgeworth. February 23rd. Oh, let me drink. Ah, yummy. Well, this place is as classy today as it was yesterday. And I'm sure it'll be just as classy tomorrow, Emma. Incidentally, Edward's not here. I'm sure he's off doing important investigations. I hope that's what he's doing. I guess we'll have to come back. Okay. Can we examine? Hey, a chessboard. I'm not too up on my chess, but it looks like blue's a bit of a tight spot. The red knights have surrounded the blue pawn. Those horses are mounted knights. Their swords have really sharp edges. And check out, the poor pawn has his head, his head is kind of spiky. Kind of reminds me of you. Mr. Edgeworth must be an avid chess player. What's wrong, Mr. Wright? Edges surrounding a pawn with spiky hair. Nah, it's nothing. I'm pretty sure I've already examined this place, but... shit, where's Edgeworth? Oh wait, is he like... I'm pretty sure he's back at the... back to the police department, and... go here. Not here? Detention center. Actually, can we talk to... Oh, it's you. Forgot about you. I don't know where I'm going. No, wait, no. No. Back. Can we really not... If he wants such a prestigious award, why would he just leave it on the couch? Yeah, you would think he would want to show this thing off more than that giant steel samurai. Excuse me. Then again, Edgeworth has always been like that. Really? Hey, I should write this down. Tell me what he was like as a kid. Back in elementary school, he won awards for all kinds of things. Speech contests, essays, playing the flute, golf tournaments. That doesn't exactly sound like the typical elementary school stuff. But he always hated receiving awards. He'd make some smart remark like, I know the path I've walked. No one else needs to tell me. That's how he's always been. Kind of gets under your skin, doesn't it? It might still be a bit too loud. There we go. Hopefully that's okay. Okay. Is there anything else? Tea! Oh, cute! What a pretty tea set. I got more of the instant tea bags myself. Amazing! The drawer below is full of packets of tea leaves. They're all sorted by place of origin and flavor. Look at this, Royal Blend. What an exquisitely blended concoction. There's such a thing as taking a hobby too far. Yeah, I think there's still some stuff that I need to do before I can talk to Edgeworth. Maybe at the, seems like I have to go back to the police department. Move. Evidence. Okay. Already done that. Is there really nothing else that I can do? Okay, that's weird. Wait. Can we... No. Oh. Slide to the right. There we go. Can we... Oh. What is this? I don't know what else to do. Documents. I'm just spraying on all the lockers. How do I get this thing out? Something sticking out of here. Looks like a shirt. I guess it could be evidence for some case. I wonder if Detective Gumshoe put this here. There you go, pal, making me out to be some kind of slob. I'm not responsible for the evidence here. That said, I bet that evidence locker was open recently. How do you know? If you leave things hanging out like that, the evidence gets dirty or ripped. The guard checks on that kind of stuff and notifies the detective responsible. How many times have I had him breathing down my neck about some silly evidence? Sounds like Detective Gumshoe leaves evidence hanging around a lot. I bet he doesn't tuck in his shirt under that trench coat either. If you're going to talk behind my back, don't do it right in front of them, pal. That's the door we just came through. Looks like you don't need an ID card to get out. I wonder what would happen if Officer Marshall cut the power while we were inside. Let's hope he remembers we're in here. I don't know what else to do. Oh, no, not options. Really nothing I can talk to him about. Is there anything I can talk to you about? Can I spray his whole office? Yeah! Oh, I just clicked out of the game for me. Nope. Any blood on you? No. Oh, wait. Have I been doing this wrong the whole time? Back. Nope, not underground parking, god damn it. I don't know why I'm having so much trouble navigating this game. No, not examine. Move it! Get out of my way. Hey, check it out. There's a metal plate here. It looks like the names of all previous recipients of the engraved here. Excuse me. One guy's listed a bunch of times. Von Karma. I guess he must be a foreigner? Yeah, that's probably it. Well, wherever he's from, he must have been an amazing prosecutor. I'd like to meet this Von Karma sometime. When she says it, his name does kind of have a ring to it. Alright, anyway. Get back. Thanks. You know anything about this? Oh, god damn it. Why can't I just double-click shit? Alright. Allow me to say one thing. Speaking as a detective, if I see a piece of evidence I know nothing about, I say nothing. Nothing! That's fine. You bet it's fine, pal. You can't open the lockers if your fingerprints doesn't match. If you can open it, they'll give you 50 cents. What? No, the police department lacks faith in its lock system. After all, Detective Goodman was stabbed here after opening his locker. But at the same time, he was found dead over at the prosecutor's office. Excuse me. Let me present this. Could you take a look at this? This is the ID card record of the people who came in here on the day of the stabbing. Ah, I heard the rumors. So it was Goodman who came in here at the time of the murder. Whoa! What is it? That second number. It's not your ID number, is it? Detective Gumshoe? Mr. Edgeworth! What? The second number on this list belongs to Mr. Edgeworth. What? What? Oh, am I peeking? Hold on. There we go. What? An ID card record updates in the court record. Woohoo. Why would Mr. Edgeworth have come to the evidence room? I'm slowly getting my voice back. I just woke up. Hey, pal. Look at the time. Was there something you needed to be going to? It's just that Mr. Edgeworth's inquiry committee should be letting out soon. I'm going to go give them my report for the day. What is that? It might help, you know. Report? You mean the note written on the back of that flyer? The one that says nothing about no problems? Hey, it's Mr. Edgeworth we're talking about. I'm sure he can use a report like this. I believe in him. Who needs enemies when you got friends like Detective Gumshoe? I'm off, pal. Later. I should probably see what Edgeworth has to say too. Okay, sweet. So now we can go to talk to Edgeworth. Move. No, not examine. God damn it. There we go. Oh, hello. Ah, guests. My apologies. Oh, it's you. Have we met somewhere? Huh? Mr. Edgeworth, I beg your leave. So long. Is Edgeworth here? There, standing by the window, teacup in his hand. Right. He has that hotel bring him tea service? Mr. Edgeworth, you're back from your district prosecutor's office inquiry? I am. By the way, Detective Gumshoe was looking for you. Oh, itchy. Ah yes, he brought me the latest information, it seems. Really? Was it helpful? Apparently, a new French restaurant is opening near here. I think he was trying to console me somehow. The real info is on the other side, Edgeworth. Poor Mr. Edgeworth. I think this whole thing is really taking a toll on him. Okay then. There you go. Talk. Inquiry committee. So, did the inquiry how did the inquiry committee go? Actually, they decided to treat this not as a case of concealing evidence, but as a communications error during the investigation. Concealing evidence? Yes, apparently there are some who believe that I concealed evidence. They gave me a warning. You were lucky this time. Again. Again? I've heard them say that so many times. Ever since that case 2 years ago. Tomorrow's trial. Are you okay for the trial tomorrow? Well, I'm still the prosecuting attorney, however. Something happened? They gave control of the investigation over to the police department. The police department? Yes. Any further investigation for this case will be directed by the chief of police... wait. Directed by the chief of police, Gant. Huh. Oh, sorry guys. Give me a second. Boop, 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 boop. There we go. I can do nothing but wait for his results. I see. Why? I ask you, why? All along you've done only what I believe is right. I've only done what I believe is right. I have nothing to be ashamed of. But still. Wow, I've never seen him out of sorts. This set of sorts. Okay, back. Can I present him with anything, or... Oh, Gumshoe says something about this. Yeah, here we go. Oh, right. I'd better check this now. As I was saying, What's this? A record of ID usage? Edgeworth, you went into the evidence room that day, didn't you? Just before the incident occurred. No less. Yes, that's true. Why, Mr. Edgeworth? Please, don't look at me like that. I was asked to go, by Chief Gant, no less. The Chief of Police? He wanted evidence for a case that wrapped up half a year ago. He told me he wanted me to keep it here in the prosecutor's office. But it was solved, right? It would have to be... Wait. It would have to be if the evidence was already filed. The chief is never one to explain himself. In any case, on the day of the stabbing, he brought this back here. Can I ask what kind of case it was? I can't say. It really has nothing to do with the current case. Now I'm curious about this other case. I'd better make note of it. Hold on. Screwdriver. AI-16. Evidence from a past case of Edgeworth's brought back to his office by Gant's request. Stubborn as always, I always told you this has nothing to do with the current case. Okay then. What else can I shove in his face? Goodman's note. Oh, that struck something. I know you. You've probably got a hold of some information already, right? It all has to do with that case you were on, the SL9 incident? And some dark suspicion we were wrapped up in? Ha! You are the man who received the worst memory... You are the man who revived the worst memory of my life. I figured it would... I'd be telling you about this sooner or later. You must be talking about his father's murder in that elevator. Okay, Edgeworth. Why don't you tell me about it? Tell me the truth. Okay, so... The SL9 incident was a heinous serial killing case. The head of the investigation was the deputy chief of police at the time, Damon Gant. That wacky old coot was involved in that case 2 years ago too, then. He was a top officer. It was my first time working with him. I was nervous. Wow, you get nervous too, Mr. Edgeworth? What I want to know is why was a deputy chief of police on the investigation? In truth, I used slightly more extreme methods than normal. We were dealing with a vicious murderer. If I let him go, the blood would be on my hands. We won our guilty verdict, and the killer was executed. Wait, you didn't? Of course not. I didn't touch the evidence. Yes, I will do anything in my power to win a trial. However, I do have a code, and I follow it faithfully. By the way, Emma, the chief prosecutor wanted to know something. My sister? What? If you were still studying forensic science. Huh? Yes? Of course. Why just today, Mr. Wright and I were using this? Luminol testing fluid, Well then, you might have use for this. Aluminium powder for taking fingerprints? It's been chemically treated for better adhesion. For me? Are you sure? We are the enemy, you know. I have no say in today's investigation. Do as you will. Edgeworth, I'm really... No need to thank me. Here, take your powder and these fingerprint files for everyone involved. Hey, alright then. Thanks. How about giving these to Detective Gumshoe as well? Fingerprinting set and fingerprint file received. Woo! Just myself. Let's get going. One last investigation. Right. I do seem to remember seeing a suspicious handprint somewhere. Ha ha ha! Right, let's go back. Oh wait, no, that's not what I wanted to do. Wait. What am I doing? There we go. That'll do it. Our investigation turned up a suspicious handprint. Here in the blood, on the detective evidence locker. Let's use the secret weapon we just borrowed. Ticking, ticking, ticking. Right, let's get started. First, choose a finger. A finger? Each finger leaves behind a slightly different imprint. So let's choose the finger that has left behind the clearest print. I really can't tell the difference at a glance. Quit procrastinating and choose a finger. Okay, oh, it kind of looks like a fingerprint too. Thumbprint. Okay, now it's time to check for the prints. Let me show you how it's done. Emma's starting to get that sparkle in her eyes. First, we sprinkle the aluminium powder around. Huh? How do you do that? With enter, see? Ah, looks like that did the trick. The aluminium powder adheres completely to the print. Once the powder is well spread, just blow away the excess. Huh? How do I do that? With E. Exciting, I know. Imagine you're blowing out the candles on a birthday cake. See? Wow, that looks like fun. Wait, it might take some getting used to. It's fine. It won't go up your nose or anything. You just pour the powder on thick and blow away the extra. Those are the basics of fingerprinting, Mr. Wright. I guess I'd better give it a try. Wait, usually the game's on the DS, right? So you would have to blow on it, like, a lot. Oh. Okay. I just have to click. I don't know what I'm doing. So, E. Aha! You did it! You found one! But it looks nothing like a fingerprint. Now that you mention it, I guess it doesn't. Does that mean... What does that mean? I think it means we're out of luck. Out of luck? The person who left this handprint must have worn gloves. Don't tell me we've been wasting our time here. Hey, calm down. That's just the way it goes sometimes with scientific investigation. But it does seem a shame. While we're at it, why don't we look for some other prints? Other prints? Looking at the locker again closely. There's another little fingerprint right here. It seems like there are fingerprints outside the bloody handprint as well. Let's see if we can find a clear print. Fingerprints outside of the blood. It's right here. Dust it like you're dusting a pastry. And blow it away. Nice. Need to do a little bit more. Blow it away. Oh, we need more? Just go. Yay! A print so clear it's dazzling. Dazzling? Anyway, this print took a lot of effort to find. Let's match it up right away. So we're not done yet? This is quite a process. Well, there's no point in finding a fingerprint and not knowing who the owner is, right? I guess she's right. Look at the fingerprint data we got from Mr. Edgeworth. Point out the person you think left these fingerprints. Huh? How am I supposed to know who it was? It could make a pretty good guess. The bloody handprint and the fingerprints are in different places, right? That means the prints probably don't have anything to do with our case. So whose fingerprints would we most likely find on the evidence locker? Okay. Oh, okay. No. No. That kinda looks like it, but... No. Definitely not. No. No. Oh! Big gumshoe! Comparison complete. Match found! Aha! So these prints belong to Detective Gumshoe. Something wrong, Mr. Wright? You gave me this so what look. I guess that's probably because I was thinking, so what? Okay, so we came up with nothing this time, but there's always next time. Sometimes you hit, sometimes you miss. You gotta roll with the punches, Mr. Wright. Thanks for the sympathy. Wait, if I remember correctly, there was one other handprint in this room. Let's check it out. Oh, is it here? Detective Goodman's evidence locker. It's empty. Only Detective Goodman himself can open this locker. So the person who took out this knife had to have been Detective Goodman. But why was it wrapped in a scarf muffler and stuck inside the car muffler? Excuse me. Slide to the left. Can we... Can I dust some stuff? No. No, go back. This is where we got the luminal fluid reaction, right? Right! There was a handprint here. That's right. Okay. Wanna try using this? there goes her eyes sparkle again. Check for prints. Okay, let's check for prints. That's the spirit. Oh, but I have to warn you about something first. What? The area where the blood was wiped away, right? We only end up finding it using chemical means. Any prints in that area will have been wiped away too. Oh, right. So that means no prints? Would you say the probability of your hypothesis is high? Don't ask me. Anyway, we must try to find prints that weren't wiped away. Prints other than the ones left by the bloody hand. No, can I... What am I looking for? It says I have to dust. I wonder if... Can I dust, like, individual things? There's a small tag on the knife. It says SL92. What's that supposed to mean? I'm not sure, but it reminds me of a similar code. DL6. Maybe it's a case number. That's weird. What? I don't remember where, but I think I've seen something like this before. Something similar to what's written on this tag. It wasn't that long ago either. Maybe I should check the court records again. Alright. Slide to the left. No, 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 no. I don't know what to do. Yep. Prints. Yep. I'm trying to dust, but it's not letting me. Why is it not letting me dust? Wait. Hold on. I did it. Cover that shit in icing sugar. Blow away. Oh, it was so small. I gave it my best shot. What kind of result won't be... That kind of result won't be any good for matching prints, will it? But it doesn't look like we'll get clear results from this point. From this print. Okay, let's try a different finger then. Okay, so... 2... 3? This one? Dust it up. Blow. Same thing. I give it my best shot. That kind of result won't be any good for matching prints, will it? It doesn't look like we'll get any clear results from this print. Okay, let's try a different finger. Wait. Did I accidentally just do the same one? This one, right? Ah, here we go. I just accidentally did the same finger 3 times. Yay! Alrighty. Ah, Jake Marshall! Nice. Hey, these fingerprints, Whose are they? Whose? Is it someone I know? It's Officer Marshall. Huh? Officer Jake Marshall? Marshall's fingerprints added to the court record. That's gotta be coincident. He's not involved in the crime. Emma. This is decisively different from Detective Gumshoe's prints. The luminal reaction. The blood and the fingerprints are in the same place. Oh. Oh. So we have Jake Marshall's fingerprints on a wiped bloodstain. But why would Officer Marshall... It looks like our investigation is finally turning up some results. I guess this is what you'd call decisive evidence? I don't believe it. To be continued. Yes. I think I did this one. Alrighty, trial time. So, what do you think, Mr. Wright? I think the prosecution is as confused as we are. Let me have a drink. After all, the victim was murdered in 2 different places at the same time. And a different suspect was arrested at each of the crime scenes. Lana! Good morning, Mr. Wright. I apologize for yesterday. I was indisposed. I hope they didn't hold you too long for questioning. We just finished. Actually, I'm used to all-nighters, though. So, how'd it go? It was as Mr. Wright suspects. The police are clueless. I figured as much, so I struck a plea bargain. A plea bargain? What do you mean by that? We agreed that if I told them the truth behind this simultaneous murder, they wouldn't seek capital punishment. That's what I mean, Emma. But Lana, don't tell me you... Much to my regret, I am as much in the dark about this as they are. Miss Skye. We found trace evidence of a certain person in the police department's evidence room. They belong to Officer Jake Marshall. What kind of trace evidence? Bloodstained fingerprints, to be exact. That's the trump card I have up my sleeve today. You understand what this means, don't you? Oh, you do understand what this means, don't you? In order to defend my sister, you're going to accuse Mr. Marshall? We have to play the cards we're dealt. Isn't that right, Miss Skye? Do what you have to do, Mr. Wright. E.T. knows. Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Prosecution is... Humph? I'm afraid you have to clarify. It takes 30 minutes by car to reach the police department from the prosecutor's office. Yet the victim, Bruce Goodman, was slain at both places at the same time. But that's not physically possible, is it? What's more, I hear the victim from the evidence room just disappeared. Yes, and the body eventually reappeared in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. Wow, this is one messed up trial. One of my duties as prosecutor is to present impartial evidence. Today, I will present evidence relating to the murder at the police department. In doing so, I believe the way in which we should proceed will reveal itself. Now, that's what sets Mr. Edgeworth apart. He sounds on top of things, even though he doesn't know what's going on himself. And that's supposed to be an admirable trait. Very well, let the trial resume. On the day of the crime, what exactly transpired at the police department? Mr. Edgeworth, you may call your first witness of the day to the stand. For its first witness, the prosecution calls the suspect of the murder that occurred at the police department. The suspect? You mean the so-called... Excuse me. You mean the so-called murderer? Ooh boy. Things are getting wild from the get-go. Will the witness please state his name and occupation? Yes, sir. I am Officer Mike Meekin, sir. My occupation is, that would be murderer, sir. God damn it. So you're telling us you're a professional killer? Sir, it was me, sir. I'm the one who did it. I'll never kill anyone again, sir. You've got to believe me, sir. Actually, sir, I'm the one that you would call part of the younger generation, sir. A person whose actions adults can't possibly comprehend. Please, Mr. Edgeworth, sir, help me, sir. Officer Meekins. Yes, sir. Give us your report of the crime. Consider that an order. Yes, sir, as you wish. After all, I am part of a generation that must be told what to do, sir. Can't fault him for lack of enthusiasm. Witness testimony. Crime report, sir. Although it's not my normal duty, I was assigned to guard the evidence room that day. I spotted a suspicious man on the security screen and rushed into the room. I was only doing what I was trained to do. Sir. I was suddenly attacked. I fought for my life. Then I did it. After that, I passed out until another officer smacked me awake. Okay. So the victim, Detective Goodman, attacked you. Do unto to others before they do unto you. That's the Meekins family motto, sir. I see. Then you fainted and a colleague helped you regain consciousness. Yes, sir. He knocked me upside the head, sir. Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination. What I need here is more info to work with. Okay, so we press him. Cross-examination. Although it's not my personal duty, I was assigned to guard the evidence room that day. Press. Because that's, Jake's job. Mr. Meekins, you work in the General Affairs Department, do you not? Yes, sir. I'm in charge of hiring new recruits, sir. Yikes. Now there's a scary thought. Evidence transfer was taking place on that day of the crime, which means many officers were given special tasks not ordinarily performed. I was in charge of guarding the Blue Badger, sir. The Blue Badger? Yes, sir. The lovely police mascot created by Chief of Detectives, sir. Oh god, that song. I was to ensure it wasn't broken during the transferal process. That was my sole mission for the day, sir. I see. Sounds like a very, important mission. After the award ceremony finished that day, there were so many people running around that I relocated the Blue Badger to the evidence room. Oh, let me just... There we go. So that's why you went to the evidence room. Tell us, what did you see when you got there? I spotted a suspicious man on the security screen and rushed into the room. Yes. In order to enter the evidence room, you need an ID card, am I correct? Precisely, sir. I have one right here around my neck. So then, your ID number should be listed on here, right? There it is! I found it! This is the one right here. Could you please read us the number? Yes, sir. It's 4989596. That's my number, sir. I see. Huh. But the number 4989596 is shown as being used twice. Please explain, witness. It's no real mystery, sir. The first time is when I relocated the Blue Badger to the evidence room. And the second time is when I went to go get him after everything settled down. I see. So it was during the second time when... Yes, sir. That was when I spotted the man on the security screen. IDs of all who entered the evidence school updated. Yes. I was only doing what I was trained to do, sir, and I was suddenly attacked. So you were attacked. Can you please tell us exactly what happened to you? It was a knife, sir. A knife. Detective Goodman pulled out a knife on you? What happened then? Well, with me charging in on him like that, he looked as surprised as I was. You aren't exactly the kind of person someone would want to run into. That is so mean. That was when I reacted, sir. I swung my arms like an octopus, struggling to detain him. That's how I got this gash on my hand. Maybe if you just kept your cool with your... your hand wouldn't be... When I saw the blood trickling down my arm, I panicked. I grabbed the man by his collar. I fought for my life. Then I did it. After that, I passed out until another... Okay. What exactly do you mean when you say you did it? I know I don't look the type, but I'm really into kung fu films, sir. The man let his guard down for just an instant, so I snatched the knife from him. You took his knife? I spun him around and performed a disarming maneuver. I made sure to close my eyes like a man. I see, he must have been desperate. The next thing I knew, his white coat was drenched in a sea of my blood. Then the next thing I knew... Yes? He punched me right in the face, sir! After that, I passed out until another officer smacked me awake. Who was the other officer? I'm assuming Detective Gumshoe. About what time did you regain consciousness? No offense, sir, but how am I supposed to know that? I was unconscious. Oh, right. According to the report from the officer that woke up the witness, it was about 5:30. He hit me right in the head, too. I woke up crying tears of pain. That's nice. I mean, it's nice that you recovered, that is. Then I came around, though. I made sure to finish my mission, sir. Your mission? Yes, sir. The Blue Badger, sir. I returned him to the entrance before things got out of hand. Well, we can all rest easy now. I believe we now have a fairly accurate picture of what happened. Yes, Your Honor. Only one thing remains unclear. Was the man this officer murdered really the victim? He's got a point. Yes, Officer Meekins? With regards to that, sir. Take a look at this. It was sent to my jail cell. Chief Gant delivered it to me just this morning, sir. The chief? Delivered it? What is that? A videotape? Yes, sir. That's absolutely right, sir. A videotape, sir. It contains footage from the security camera in the evidence room. What? But I specifically asked if there was such a tape, and was told it had been mistakenly erased. That's quite a mistake. I just do what I'm told, sir. It's the only thing I'm really good at. Looks like communication with the police department is as good as ever. Well then, let's have a look. Show us the video of you murdering the victim. Oh, please stop using that word murder, sir. It scares me. Oh. A video of a real murder. Just what I was getting it. Just what am I getting myself into? Drink. Hmm? That's not fucking creepy at all. My god, that scared me. Oh, Jesus Christ. No jump scares, please. Oh, seriously? You bitch. Oh. Whoa. Whoa, god damn. Oh, and he's gone. Okay. Well, I believe we're all thinking the same thing. How can we deal with these unsettling feelings stirred within us? What the hell was that wriggling piece of plywood? Sir, that is the pride and joy of the entire Criminal Affairs Department, sir. Blue Badger, sir. Why am I not surprised this isn't going smoothly? Security video added to the court record. Yes, well, anyway. This tape seems to prove that the witness did indeed encounter, someone in the evidence room, and some sort of, activity did take place. Your Honor, instead of relying on clearly incomplete footage, the witness testimony will suffice. Is this alright with you, Miss Officer Minkins? Yes, sir. As you wish, sir. Okay. His face can't be clearly seen in the video, but there's no question that the other person was Detective Goodman, sir. I mean, he opened the locker which required Detective Goodman's fingerprints to do. The locker he opened is unquestionably Detective Goodman's locker, sir. So it must have been him. No one else could have unlocked it. What's this about a fingerprint? Each detective has been given a locker equipped with a fingerprint-activated lock. These locks ensure that each locker can only be opened by the detective it belongs to. Intriguing. That would mean the victim at the crime scene would have been why do I keep saying Dr. Goodman? Detective Goodman. Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination. I don't know where this cross-examination will lead. Everything begins with contradictions. That's where that's where I have to start. Okay, I don't know. His face can't be clearly seen in the video. But there's no question that the other person was Detective Goodman, sir. I mean, he opened the locker which required Detective Goodman's fingerprints due. The locker he opened is unquestionably Detective Goodman's locker, sir. So it must have been him. No one else could have unlocked it. I'm just gonna press on everything. lockers. Tell me, were you able to get a good look at him? At the face of the man who attacked you with a knife? Sir, if you must label people as having seen or not seen the man's face, I believe I would be classified as the latter? The latter? But you were standing right in front of him, were you not? More to the point, you are the person who fought him, aren't you? Well, yes, sir, but I didn't get a clear look at his face, sir. I'm not the kind of guy who looks directly at people when talking to them, you see. Yeah, that's a good trait for a police officer. Still, I'm sure it was him. I bet my badge on it. Okay. But you don't know that for sure, do you? You never actually saw Detective Goodman's face. Well, I suppose you might say that. That is, if you must label people being seen or unseen. Since his face can't be identified in the video, only you can verify it. Why is everyone looking at me? If I had to label your stares as disturbing or... Just answer the damn question. Meekins. Eek! Having been shown a questionable video at best, we are not in the best of moods. Now please, be more certain when you testify. Yes, sir. You claim the man who brandished a knife on you was Bruce Goodman. Tell us why you are positive if it was him. I mean, he opened the locker, which required Detective Goodman's fingerprint to do. About these lockers, is there no other way to open them? No, sir. I myself tried all kinds of methods in the past. Ooh. Ichi, Sorry, I'm sleepy. I just woke up. They only respond to a registered fingerprint, sir. I wonder what kind of methods he tried. Just crowbar. If the man opened the locker's lock, which only responds to the registered fingerprints, then he must have been the person the locker was assigned to. Exactly my point, sir, and this too. The locker he opened is unquestionably Detective Goodman's locker, sir. How do you know that information? I've heard rumors, sir, from people in the know, sir. People in the know? The workers in the department cafeteria, sir. They keep me informed. They also listen to my romantic troubles, sir. For the record, the open locker did indeed belong to Detective Goodman. I verified this information through a more reliable source. So the victim opened the locker with his own fingerprint. So it must be him. No one else could have unlocked it. It sounds like... Oh, wait, I didn't... The real thing is so much more intense than the other movies. Here you can use the player to watch it as much as you like. Security video. Maybe I should take another look at that footage. Wait. Go back to that last statement. I forgot to press him on that. However, the most important detail is not shown in this video, the man's face. Sir, if I may say something, sir. Please do. After all, you are the one being examined. I do not understand why the man's face is so important in this case, sir. I mean, it was his hand that opened the fingerprint lock. And it was his hand that tried to thrust his knife into my body, sir. My unsettled state can testify enough to this, sir. Yes, you have a point. The footage doesn't lie. That is, unless the defense can find a problem with it. Mr. Wright, let's check the court record again. Is there a problem with the security video? Probably. Regarding the video contained on this tape, there's one thing in particular that seems rather strange. Strange? This contradiction leads to the possibility that the man may not have been Detective Goodman. What? This video contains such a contradiction? Interesting. Your Honor, I have a proposal. Yes, Mr. Edgeworth? I propose we have the defense point to us this alleged contradiction in the video. He would want me to point it out. Very well. Proposal accepted. Let us further inspect this piece of evidence. I will now play the security tape. Mr. Wright, please show us this contradiction you speak of. I have to point out a problem in the video. This is the first time I've ever had to do that. Okay. Alrighty. Big stretch. Let's get it. You can do it, Mr. Wright. I've set up so that you can fast forward, rewind, or pause the video. Sweet! Just take a good look and be sure to point out the right thing. Please don't play it too many times. I can't stand watching this video. How did this guy ever become a police officer? Now then, Mr. Wright, please enlighten us. There is the contradiction that indicates the man may— Oh! Oh god, I don't like this video. It's so weird. It makes me so uneasy. Okay. Hold on a minute. Go back. There it is. That light was on. The thing that's strange about this video has gotta be this. Officer Meekins. Sir, do you mean me, sir? As I understand it, the locker apparatus works like this. When you grab the handle, a sensor reads your fingerprint if it's a match. The light turns on and the lock is released. According to my very limited experience, that is the way I understand it, sir. If so, then something is seriously wrong with this picture. Right there. It was already partially open. And the victim reaches for the handle to open the locker. Let's rewind a little earlier. Here, notice the light? What's this? It's already lit. Precisely my point, Your Honor. The locker has already been opened before the victim grabbed the handle. Oh! Order, order! What's the meaning of this? It's very simple, Your Honor. The locker wasn't locked on the day of the crime. But the locker locks are controlled by an electronic system. When a door is shut, a sensor is triggered, and the locker is automatically locked. I know. Oh, I know. It must have broken down. Of course, I'm not an expert in this. That's not likely, Your Honor. The sensor would have detect and report any malfunction. Oh well, it just goes to show novices should keep their mouths shut. So then, Mr. Wright, do you have an explanation? Me, Your Honor? Yes, why wasn't the locker locked? Me, Your Honor? Yes, well, you see, this isn't exactly my field. What do you think, Miss Scientific Investigator? Huh? Oh, maybe something like jam the system sensor? Something jammed the sensor? Say... There's something else that seems... Oh, hey buddy! Oh, pet! Oh, yes. Okay, my baby. Yes. There's something else that seems out of place in this video. Yeah, I thought so too. There's gotta be another clue somewhere in this footage. Okay. Well then, let's inspect the video once more. The locker wasn't locked, Mr. Wright. Please point out the cause of this. Okay. Alright, let's pause real quick and see if there's anything... Okay. Hold on a second. Where's the thingy? Did it not happen yet? Okay. The glove! Please watch closely. This is the continuation of the part I showed you earlier. There. What's this? Something white fell out of the locker. But sir, it's been my experience that things falling out of the door when are opened. I often wait, I didn't read that. We can't be sure. That item was completely inside the locker to begin with. What do you mean? The sensor triggers the lock when the door is shut. What if something was inserted, say, between the sensor and the door? Inserted? This white thing wasn't inside the locker. It was stuck between the door and the sensor. Oh, I understand now, sir. It's just like my tie. 2 out of 3 times it gets stuck in the door when I get out of the patrol vehicle, sir. Instead of the door closing, my tie chokes me. But the object would have to be extremely thin to fit in the door. Not only that, it would also have to block electrical currents. It would need to be an insulator. Oh, the rubber glove, the rubber glove. Yes, an insulator, but at the crime scene, there just might have been something that fits the description. But sir, an insulator? You don't mean... I think I finally got this figured out. Very well. Will the defense please present the relevant evidence? What was the insulator that was stuck in the locker door? This rubber glove. I found this near the locker, a thin rubber glove. But we can't be sure that was the victim... But we can't be sure that was in the victim's locker. It has a tag that says SL9 incident. The video seems to depict the victim opening the locker. But that isn't the case. The lit lamp attests to this. On the day of the victim's crime, even I could have opened the locker. Is that so? Is that not so, Officer Meekins? Sir, it would appear so, sir. Order, order, order! So we are to believe then the victim, whom this witness stabbed in the evidence room, was not Detective Goodman. Do not be misled, Your Honor. What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? The defense was merely demonstrating that possibility and nothing more. The victim in the video was indeed Bruce Goodman. The prosecution will offer one more testimony to prove this. Excuse me. What? Officer Meekins, please testify about this. Yes, sir. Me, sir? I'm not sure what you're referring to, sir. Oh, you mean that, sir? Of course, sir. Is this a joke? Very well, begin your testimony. There's one other thing that proves that the man was Detective Goodman, sir. To enter the evidence room, you must use their ID card. When the ID card is used, there is a record of it. At the time of the crime, the detective had used his card. Okay. Excuse me. An ID card record, I see. I have the ID card record, right here, Your Honor. Who's this one? The ID card used at 5:15 is that of the victim. Just before the crime, Yes, without a doubt, this is the victim's ID. However, one thing does strike me as unusual. Several hundred cases should have been due to transferal. Why were there only a few people using this room? This particular evidence room is only used for storing certain special cases. Special cases? Extremely violent cases involving police staff. Just hearing that makes my hair stand on end. Me too, although it doesn't make much of a difference. There are only a few cases up for transferal there, and most are cleared up by noon. Right, I see. Now let us move on to the cross-examination. There was one other thing that proves the man was Detective Goodman, sir. I'm just gonna press him. So unlike your earlier testimony, you believe this to be rock solid, do you? Yes, sir. Solid as stone, sir. If my hand wasn't wrapped in bandages, I would give the V for victory sign, sir. Couldn't he just use his right hand for that? Let's hear him out fully. As we've seen, one never knows what he might say until the very last second. Okay. To enter the evidence room, one must use their ID card. I don't know, do we have anything to even... Wait. No, it doesn't really say. Is that the card hanging from your neck, one of the ID cards? Yes, sir. This card right next to my cuff, sir. I keep it in here so I won't ever forget it. But what if someone were to steal it from you, keeping it out in the open like that? Maybe I shouldn't wear it around my neck. I remember when I said 2 out of 3 times my tie gets stuck. Remember when I said 2 out of 3 times my tie gets stuck when I get out of the car? Well, the remaining time, it's my ID card that got stuck. Instead of the door closing, my ID card choked me. Maybe I should just leave this one alone. At any rate, each police officer has only one ID card. Both the police department and the prosecutor's office can attest to this. Please proceed with your testimony. Earlier, I believe you testified that when you asked the man to show his ID card, he pulled a knife on you. Yes, sir. He didn't show me any ID card, sir. Don't you think that was odd? I mean, if he had his ID card, all he had to do was show it to you. There wouldn't be any reason to draw a knife. Maybe he was just panicked? Everything stems from contradictions. Let's point them out. Mr. Wright, what do you think? I'm confused. What? The problem with this ID card testimony is far too obvious. It's not like Edgeworth to miss something like this. You're thinking too hard about it. Come on, let's show him what we've got. Hold on a second. 58412, but this thing said 59. Wait one moment, Officer Meekins. I'm not good at waiting, sir. I have the victim's ID card right here. I found it at the crime scene. That makes sense. When I say crime scene, I'm not referring to the evidence room at the police department. I mean the other crime scene, the underground parking lot at the prosecutor's office. Your Honor, I have one more piece of evidence to present. It's a very important clue regarding the victim's ID card. A lost item report? It's only half completed, but it shows that Detective Goodman had lost something on the day of the crime. Something important enough to fill out this report. Let me guess, you believe this something has to be his ID card, right? I can't say for sure, but there is a high probability. On the day of the crime, Detective Goodman was not carrying his card. Order, order! So now, what does this all mean? It can only mean one thing. It doesn't even require much thought. The man Officer Meekins encountered in the evidence room was not Detective Goodman, but rather the man who stole his ID card. Order, order, order! Does the prosecution have a response? I have only one thing to say to the defense. Bravo, Mr. Wright. Bravo? Allow me to summarize the defense's argument. At 5:15 on the day of the crime, the man in the evidence room Officer Meekins encountered was not Detective Goodman. There are two grounds to support this. First, the locker in the evidence room was already unlocked. Second, the victim lost his ID card. Am I correct so far, Mr. Wright? Yes. What's he up to? That being the case, we must inevitably arrive at a single conclusion. If the victim in this video is a fake, then the murder in the evidence room is also fake. In other words, the security camera does not show the instant of the murder. That is, well, I guess that's right. Is something wrong, Mr. Wright? Only moments ago, you seemed content to pointing your finger around. This isn't going to end well. Well, it seems you finally realized exactly what you've gone to such lengths to prove. Explain yourself, Mr. Edgeworth. The defense has already done the explaining for me. The victim in this video is a fake, which means a murder did not take place. At the police department at 5:15 on the day of the crime. So the real crime could only take place at one location, the underground parking lot. At the prosecutor's office, the murderer being Miss Lana Skye, the defendant. The evidence is compelling. Sorry. A trustworthy witness observed the moment the defendant used the murder weapon. Ah! Uh-oh. I knew that testimony was way too shabby. It was all a trap from the beginning. Damn it. The activity in the evidence room still leaves many questions unanswered. Who exactly was the victim Officer Meekins encountered? And where did this person disappear to? However, This trial's purpose is to examine only the murder of Detective Goodman. Just so, Your Honor. Mr. Wright, you have to do something, or else Lana... What do I do? Am I supposed to get myself out of this mess? Wait and see what happens. Object. Objection! One moment, Your Honor. Excuse me. What now, Mr. Wright? Don't tell me you're objecting to what you've just proven. Of course not. But I almost walked right into the prosecution's trap. What are you talking about? This cross-examination has proved one thing and one thing only. The security video did not show the actual murder. Okay. See, look at that. However, it cannot be said that it's unrelated to the murder in the parking lot. Specifically, large amounts of blood traces were found in the evidence room. The defense demands further examination to the truth of the matter. Mr. Edgeworth. Yes, Your Honor. If this court were to examine this further, other witnesses will be necessary. Is the prosecution prepared? I'm sorry, Your Honor. The prosecution considered the incident at the police department to be unrelated. We have not prepared any other witnesses for this incident. This just might be my chance. Time to call a certain Texas Ranger to the stand. Hell yeah. Mr. Wright, do you mean... Your Honor? The defense would like to request a specific witness. Oh? Whom do you have in mind? Someone we have reason to believe knows the truth. The truth behind the activities that took place in the evidence room. The prosecution requests to hear this person's name before deciding whether or not to comply. Very well then, Mr. Wright. This person whom you would have to testify... What is his or her name? Mr. Jake Marshall. There you go. Officer Jake Marshall. Why him? I can't let Edgeworth know everything just yet. He's in charge of the evidence room. I feel we should hear what he has to say. The prosecution agrees to the defense's request. Since he was responsible for guarding the room, we should hear his testimony. Fortunately, he works in the police department. We shouldn't need longer than 20 minutes to prepare. Very well. The court will take 30 minutes recess while the witnesses is subpoenaed. Will the prosecution please prepare the witness during this time? We will, Your Honor. Court is now in recess. I have a feeling that it was Jake who dressed up as Goodman. And then, like, he avoided the security cameras after the fight and, like, stuffed his disguise in his locker. There's no stopping you, is there, Mr. Wright? Huh? What do you mean? You called for Jake Marshall. It seems you figured everything out. I haven't figured anything out. Lana, you're the one who knows everything. Emma. You know, you always know everything. Why don't you just tell us? Mr. Wright is trying his hardest to protect you. I don't recall ever asking for his protection. How can you be so cold? Don't you trust us? Don't you trust me? Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. What do you want to do? Hold on. Ugh. Oh, there we go. Okay. Oh. What are you doing? Oh, yes I am. I'll come back later. Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it? You've got a lot of nerve, pal, making a detective run all around on duty. And to top it all off, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals. Sorry, detective. You better be, pal. Hey, 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 wait, what? I didn't see you there, Chief Prosecutor Sky. That's okay, so have you brought what I asked? Oh, what the fuck? You mean this, right? My apologies, detective. Due to my present circumstances, I was forced to use Mr. Wright's name when making my request. My name? What are you doing? Sorry, my dog wants to play. Never in a million years would I have thought it was you who asked me. Could I bother you to bring me the SL9 files, incident files? I'll need them by noon. Talk about crazy. The SL9 incident? But Lana, that's... I thought Mr. Wright might need them, so I had them brought here. Here, you might do well to read them. I can't believe you, the chief prosecutor, were a witness in that case. Miss Sky was a witness? Joe Dark killings. Damn. Take it. Take it from me. You don't want anything to do with serial murderers. I don't think anyone does. Oh, what? What? Now, that I've brought you your stuff, you're just gonna ignore me? Emma? But why? Why is your name in here? What? My name's in there? I don't know, unless... No, it couldn't be. Lana, this SL9 incident, is that... What is going on? That's the classification number the police filed it under. 2 years ago, the rest of the world knew it as the Joe Dark killings. The Joe Dark killings? No. No, Lana. That... Wait. Emma, wait. She ran away. I couldn't be that. You know what? I just remembered. I gotta be somewhere. Sorry, pal, but I'm out of here. Jake Marshall, Angel Starr, Damon Gant, Miles Edgeworth. Not to mention Lana and Emma. Everyone involved in this case is connected to those killings 2 years ago. This can't just be a coincidence. Knowing you, you must be able to figure it out. Time to get back to the trial. Mr. Wright, best of luck. I better take a good look at this file. To be continued, but we are going to continue right now. Save. E.T. February 24th, 12:14 p.m. Oh, Emma's not here. The court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Sky. Emma didn't come back. Allow me to call the next witness to the stand. The officer in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day of the crime. Witness, please state your name and occupation. Me, partner? Oh, I'm just a man, same as you, wandering the trails of civilization. Occasionally helping the elderly cross the intersections when needed. Yes, we get it. Oh, I know. You're a patrolman. As for my name, if you listen hard enough, you can hear the howling wind call it out. To be exact, it's Jake Marshall, Your Honor. Howling wind? I've never heard of Edgeworth described that way before. Now, Mr. Marshall, let me ask you something. You were in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day of the crime, when the crime took place. Is that correct? According to the papers, partner. What do you mean? The desperado's soul is as boundless as the desert sands. No paper can sum it up. The fuck? Maybe it's best to get on with this quickly. Please share with us your testimony of the day of the crime. In plain old English. Day of the crime. My job was to keep a wary eye on the bone orchid. They said I was supposed to make rounds 3 times a day, but that ain't my style. Besides, the room's protected by 2 security systems anyway. If I remember right, I was at a street-side saloon at the time it went down. I'm just an innocent traveling man, so if you're out of ammo, it's time I hit the trail. Oh, it's hard to read his stuff sometimes. I can't say I particularly care for your attitude. I can't say I care for your beard, but you don't see me complaining. Wait a minute. What do you mean by 2 security systems? I mean the security cameras and the ID card reader. I reckon even a cowpoke like you knows about those. Yes, well, about the fingerprint-activated locks on the evidence lockers. Fingerprints-activated locks? Kinda newfangled doohickey are those? He's not being very helpful. He's not that good with machines, or with following orders. Everyone's got their weaknesses, now don't they, Mr. Prosecutor? This one seems like trouble. Okay, Mr. Edgeworth. Oh, sorry. Okay, Mr. Wright, that's all yours. What? My job was to keep a wary eye on the bone orchid. They said I was supposed to make rounds 3 times a day, but then I messed up. But you made your rounds on the day of the crime, right? Ain't you heard a word I said, partner? I told you, that ain't my style. I'm afraid I don't understand. No, Desperado, I know let's rules. Wait, no Desperado I know lets rules get in his way. No Desperado I know join the police force. So, Officer Marshall, on the day of the crime, just between you and me, I didn't set foot in the evidence room that day. There was a rubber glove stuck to the victim's locker. Do you know anything about that? Sorry, partner. Can't say I do. I haven't been in that crypt in weeks. How does this guy avoid being fired? Okay. If I remember right, I was at the street, so I saw one man. What were you doing in a place like that? I was eating spaghetti. Not even Angel steak lunches can beat that parlor's Vongole sepia pasta. Do you mean to tell us you abandoned your police duties to eat some noodles? Not at all, Desperado. Eat tacos, partner. That's not what I meant. I hope this has at least taught you a lesson. That's strange. This is usually where Edgeworth says... Did you not want a raise this year? Yeah, okay. Hello, Swifty. Hello. How are you? What are you buffing at? What are you buffing at me for? How are you? Just trying to figure this out. Marshall's fingerprints. Here we go. You have 2 jobs? That's crazy. Well, it's the weekend for me. So I'm just chilling. What do you want? Ugh, sorry. My dog keeps asking me to play with it. You have 3 jobs. That's crazy. What do you do? What kind of jobs do you do? Officer Marshall, doesn't it strike you as odd? That is, you being called in to testify like this? Oh. After all, weren't you in the security room at the time of the crime? And yet you dragged me down here. Explain yourself, partner. It's quite simple. You left a very large trail behind at that scene. Or maybe to be exact, a handprint. Listen real good, partner. Like I said, I'm the caretaker of the crypt. I pay my respects, that is. Make my rounds once a month. Once a month? It's only natural my fingerprints would be in there. I only wish it were, officer. That's why I just stopped streaming. I'll stream again. Maybe when my twin comes for Thanksgiving, I never play again. Ooh, you have a twin? That's cool. First job is electrician. Second job. Wow, you got a whole range. I think I've only... well, I remember I've had 3 jobs at one point. It was crazy. I think, it was just before the pandemic. I was working as a nanny, like a full-time nanny for a family. And I was also doing babysitting on the weekends. And I was also doing like pizza deliveries at night. It was so intense. I only wish it were, officer. But you see, your fingerprints were covered in blood. Oh, it was. Like, can you imagine taking care of 3 kids under the age of 5? 3 kids under the age of 5, then going to deliver pizzas for like 4 hours. And then, like, when you think you have a day off, you have to do babysitting on the weekends. And when I was a nanny, I was working from like 8:30 to 5:30. For sure. Let me know if the audio is good. Witness, what is the meaning of this? Your bloodstained fingerprints were at the crime scene. It wasn't. It was just like really tiring. I've just been really tired. Plus I've also been working on other stuff, so I wasn't like just lounging around. There's a project that I have going on and I really want to get it done before Christmas. I highly doubt it's gonna happen, but we'll see. The blood was wiped away, however. The luminal test clearly revealed this. Hell yeah, I'm hustling. I want to make my streams better. I want to, like, upgrade my character and shit. A luminal test clearly revealed this. Well, Officer Marshall? It seems to me there ain't a person in this room with a head on his shoulders. I take it you have an explanation then, Officer Marshall. About the blood-stained fingerprints? Very well, you may begin your testimony about your fingerprints. Found at the scene of the crime. Witness testimony. Like I said, it's only natural for my fingerprints to be in the evidence room. One of them just happened to be at the same place as the bloodstain handprint. The murderer touched the locker where my fingerprints had... Excuse me. The murderer touched the locker where my fingerprints was by chance. The bloodstain had the fingerprints... Wait, what? The bloodstain that the fingerprint are completely unrelated. What are you doing? Oh, didn't you know the murderer was wearing gloves? Or didn't you know the murderer was wearing gloves? How do you know that? See, I had nothing to do with it. Wait, hold on a minute. The witness explanation appears valid, although there's room for doubt. Life wouldn't be fun without any doubt, partner. The defense may now cross-examine the witness. This guy's hiding something. I can feel it. Yeah, how does he know that the murderer was wearing gloves? Now's my chance to prove it. Okay, first of all, like I said, it's only natural my fingerprints to be evident. Let's press on that. That's because you, how did you put it, pay your respects once a month? Yeah, that's right. That, and the one thing, and one more thing. That locker happens to be mine. What? What do you mean? I mean what I said. That's the locker I used when I was a I can't talk. When I was a detective. The locker I still use. All that in there, is now a heap of broken dreams. I see. It'd be strange if my prints weren't all over that locker. Apparently, his fingerprints data has never been removed from the locker's programming. He must have been using the fingerprint locker all this time without ever knowing it. Marshall's fingerprints updated in the court record. Very nice. One of them just happened to be at the same place at as the bloodstained handprint. Hold on, let's go over here. The bloodstain was covered. Or did you know the way? Press on this. How do you know that? I may be a loner, but I still do my job. I keep up on the reports. There was a bloodstain at the scene, thought to be left by the murderer. That's right. It was found on Detective Gumshoe's locker. However, no fingerprints were detected on that handprint. Oh yeah, I think we tried that too. So that would mean the murderer wearing gloves happened to place his hand on top of Officer Marshall's fingerprints. That's the only logical conclusion. Or are you starting to get the picture, partner? The picture? The seal of blood in the desert is just food for the buzzards. There's only one reality, and that's this. The security tape. So long as my trail isn't in there, you can't say otherwise. Ah, but it is in there. This isn't getting us anywhere, Mr. Wright. Please consider carefully where you're going with this cross-examination. Yes, Your Honor. Now then, continue your testimony, Officer Marshall. Boy, will you stop squeaking? I know you're entertaining yourself, but still. Oops, sorry. My tracking is a bit weird. Stop it. You're making noise. Unnecessary noise. I bet it wasn't me in that video, right, partner? What do you mean by that? You want to tie me to this crime, isn't that right, partner? If so, that video is the only direct evidence you have. Sorry. There you go. That video is next to useless. It's full of blind spots. Blind spots. Places you can't see. The camera's panning back and forth. The floor isn't shown. If someone was familiar with the camera's position, they could leave the room without being caught on tape. We don't have time for your speculations, Mr. Wright. Well, Mr. Wright, if you can show us the evidence in this video that indicates Officer Marshall was present, please do show us now. Show us. Show. Very well. Allow me to point out your mistake, Officer Marshall. Hello. I know it. Tread carefully, Mr. Wright. Or you might wind up being the one making the mistake. I know what it is. Now then, let's have another look at that video. Show us this oh, sorry. Just fast forward real quick. Yep, and then he goes. Opens the locker, the glove falls out. This guy comes around. We get into a tussle. He gets knocked out. And then Pause. Right there, bitches. Bringing our attention back to the security camera is a mistake I'm afraid you'll soon not forget, Officer Marshall. The days are short in Texas, and so are our tempers. Could you sum it up what you have to say in 8 words or less? Very well. You can clearly be seen in this video. Exactly 8 words. Not bad, partner. The key lies in a certain locker shown in the video. That locker with the white cloth sticking out. That was the witnesses, I believe. Now then, let's rewind the video a bit. Oh, the white cloth. It's gone. What's the meaning of this, Officer Marshall? When the crime took place, the white cloth wasn't there. Then it suddenly appeared. There's only one explanation. Officer Marshall, you were in the evidence room at the time of the crime. What's more, you opened your locker when the camera was turned away. Order, order! Oh, hold your horses. Sorry, partner, but you got the wrong man. So what if my locker was opened? That doesn't mean I'm the one who opened it. The murderer needs to hide something, so he opened a locker and stuck it in. It's not my fault he happened to choose mine. Does he not know about the fingerprints? Why is everyone staring at me? Like I'm a wanted man. This guy isn't just playing dumb. He really doesn't know. I hate to rain on your parade, but you're the only person who can open that particular locker. Oh yeah? I call your bluff. You say I opened that locker. Now prove it. With the fingerprints, right? Or do I just, yeah. I'm only assigned to it that, yeah, this one. Oh, no. Back. What's that? Fingerprint sensor? We talked about this earlier today. The lockers can only be opened by the detectives they belong to. What kind of crazy talk is this? Well, Detective Gumshoe did mention something about this. In any case, the locks aren't that obvious. There are even some people on the force that don't know about the fingerprint locks. So, Sheriff, what do you have to say in 8 words or less? I only got 1 word for you, partner. No! Order, order, order! Witness, explain yourself. If this is a joke, it's the worst I've ever heard. I assure you, it's no joke, Officer Marshall. Now then, please tell us what you were doing in the evidence room at the time of the murder. At the time of the crime. Ole! What the fuck? Why Ole? Please answer the question. What is he now, a bullfighter? That's right, Officer Marshall. I believe we can figure the rest out from here. We can? Have a look at these floor plans. There is no place for someone to hide in the evidence room. Yet Officer Meekins didn't see Officer Marshall. If that's so, then where was the witness? It seems Mr. Wright has an answer. That's right, the only possible conclusion. Well then, let's hear it. Where was Officer Marshall at the time of the crime? Right here. Officer Marshall was standing right here. There? But that's where the victim, Detective Goodman, was. Correct, unless the man wasn't Detective Goodman. I believe the victim in the video is Officer Marshall. It was you, dressed up like Detective Goodman. But that's preposterous. Officer Meekins witnessed the detective at the crime scene. Once he saw the man's face, he'd known for sure. May I point it out, though, that Officer Meekins did not know Detective Goodman. He also testified about the man's reaction when confronted. When I entered the evidence room, I asked him to show his card, sir. Yes, and how did Detective Goodman respond? He suddenly pulled out a knife on me. Something about the officer's story puzzled me. If the man had his ID card, why didn't he just show it? Yes, he would have needed it to enter the evidence room, so he must have been carrying it. The answer is simple. He couldn't show it. As you can see, Detective Goodman's picture is on his ID card. Oh, I get it. If he had shown that his cover would have been blown, Officer Meekins would have realized the man wasn't Detective Goodman. Do you have anything to say to this, Officer Marshall? You've got quite an imagination, partner. We got a term for that. It's called circumstantial evidence. Circumstantial evidence? He's still denying it. You're gonna have to do better than that to break a detective. Oh, itchy ear. Oh, there we go. Unless you have hard evidence proving I dressed up as a victim. I can't say I particularly care for your uncooperative disposition. Can't say I care for your beard, but you don't seem to complain. Okay, you can't use that joke twice. Well, Mr. Wright, do you have any evidence proving about a shadow of a doubt? Beyond a shadow of a doubt, that Officer Marshall dressed up as the victim. Well, who am I kidding? I don't have anything like that. I can see the fear in your eyes, partner. Seems you're the only one who couldn't take the desert heat. Ugh, this can't be happening. It's so obvious he's the one. What can I do? It looks like your lack of experience has finally been exposed. I'll pass on to you what someone told me when I was just starting out. When you've run into a wall, there's no place to go. Return to the basics. The basics. For me, that would be what Mia used to tell me. Phoenix, try thinking outside the box. I should look for proof that Officer Marshall was in disguise. Rather, I should look for evidence that came about because he was in disguise. Wait, what? Because he was in disguise. What do you think this locker has opened? Why do you think this locker was open in the first place? What do you mean? There's no reason for Officer Marshall to open his locker at the time of the crime. Yet he did, despite the chance it might be discovered later as it has been. Which means he didn't originally plan to open his locker. According to the defense argument, Officer Jake Marshall dressed up as Detective Goodman at the time of the crime. Then after the crime was committed, he opened his own locker for some unknown reason. Well, not really. He stuffed his disguise in there. The fact that the white cloth is sticking out of the locker seems to indicate that. He opened it in order to put the cloth inside. So, just what exactly is this piece of cloth? Well, I think hold on. There we go. My headphone charging is complete. Perhaps the video is the key to all of our unanswered questions. I don't have any evidence, so this video is my only shot. Very well, let's take yet another look at the security tape. After committing the crime, the witness opened the locker to put away the white cloth. Please show us why the witness had to open his locker. he came along. What? There. Come on, click it. For some reason, you disguised yourself as Detective Goodman and entered the evidence room, though I don't know to what end yet. However, something unexpected happened. Officer Meekins barged in on you. When asked to show your ID card, you pulled a knife on him. However, Officer Meekins panicked, and the white coat you were wearing was soiled in blood. A bloody white coat. You couldn't just walk out like that. So you hid the coat in your locker. Not bad, partner. Now then, Officer Marshall, are you ready to tell us the truth? Looks like I underestimated y'all. I hope you're happy now, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago, if you were only half as persistent as you are today, we all wouldn't have to be here now would we? Officer Marshall, tell the court what you did. All of it. Let me have a drink. All right. It seems the time has come. Marshall's confession. I had to do it that day. I couldn't just stand by and let it die. I stole the detective's ID card and dressed like him. I planned to take out the evidence. I wasn't expecting Officer Meekins. I knocked him out. I managed to escape. I knew which areas wouldn't be caught on camera. There wasn't any murder in the evidence room at 5:15. So the supposed victim was really you. But there's one thing I still don't understand. Traces of a large quantity of blood were found on the floor of the evidence room. If no one was murdered, then how could that be? Officer Meekins managed to cut his own hand. My guess is that he's the donor. It was way too much blood for such a small donation. I had to do it that day, I just couldn't stand by and let it die. Yes. When you say it, you mean... Do you even have to ask, partner? The SL9 incident. 2 years have passed since that case was closed. It was going to completely end with the transferal that day. Not if I have anything to do with it. That incident's not over. But what did you hope to accomplish by sneaking into the evidence room? When a case is closed, only that case lead detective can look through the evidence. I wanted to have a look at it myself one more time, no matter what the cost. I don't care about what anyone says, partner. That case is mine. But Officer Marshall wasn't in charge of that investigation. Why does he care so much about it? That day was my last chance. That's why I stole the detective's ID card and dressed like him. Plans to take out. Why did you disguise yourself as Detective Goodman? If I didn't make it look like Detective Goodman was carrying out the evidence transferal, I'd be arrested for stealing evidence, which wouldn't get me anywhere. So you did it to fool the security camera. And the detective's ID card? I stole that the morning of the incident. So that's really why was why Goodman started filling out that lost item report. I returned his ID card. I left it on the floor of the prosecutor's office parking lot. The ID card I found was left there by Officer Marshall. So essentially, you managed to succeed despite your lack of foresight. What do you mean, partner? I mean, the fingerprint-activated lock, of course. No matter how well you disguise yourself, you can't change your fingerprints. No matter under normal circumstances, you wouldn't have been able to open that locker yourself. But he could because the rubber glove just happened to get stuck on the door. That means Detective Goodman must have opened the locker before Officer Marshall. Wasn't expecting Officer Meekins. I knocked him out. Press. You pulled a knife on Officer Meekins and tried to drive him off? Let's just say I was a little surprised. I only planned on being in the evidence room for no more than 5 minutes. I didn't think anyone would actually come in during that short time. Officer Meekins certainly is a 1 in a million type of person. Making a detective for an intruder and demanding it to be shown his ID. I'll have to think a little more about his raise this year. When did Edgeworth get so much influence? Anyway, he threw himself at me and I ended up cutting him slightly. I'm sorry it had to turn out that way. Another itchy ear. With me knocking him out and everything. By the way, what happened to your knife? Oh, you mean this one? I don't know what to say. So you knocked out Officer Meekins and managed to escape. I know which areas. Let me call a camera. So you did your research beforehand. Those who go into the desert unprepared don't live long, partner. I didn't think it would make a difference though. The security tapes is erased every 6 hours. If all had gone as planned, no footage would have been left. However, you blooded your coat in your struggle with Officer Meekins. If someone was in that security room when I came out, the jig would have been up. I opened my locker and stashed it in there. What was Officer Meekins doing during that time? What else? He was sleeping like a baby. So what you're saying is on that day, there wasn't any murder in the evidence room at 5:15. But the blood found at the scene certainly indicates a crime took place. What are you, blind? The victim shown on that tape is me, and I'm not dead yet, partner. So you stole the evidence from the locker. Actually, no, I didn't. Why not? When I opened the locker, the evidence was already gone. What? Mr. Edgeworth, was there, there is that, wait, where is that evidence? Blah, blah, blah. It's still missing, Your Honor. Detective Goodman's locker was already empty. Someone else stole the evidence. Officer Marshall, may I ask you one thing? Fire away, partner. It's a free country. Just remember, I'm also free to decide whether or not to answer. Why did you do this? Stealing a detective's ID, injuring a police officer. This is no small offense. Moreover, you're an officer yourself. This will have serious consequences. I can't just forgive with a simple cut in salary. Not that salary cuts are ever a valid solution. Like I said, this isn't your case. This one is mine. And I'll do anything it takes to get an answer I'm satisfied with. The witness has an unusual amount of zeal. Let's hear more. I just can't forget the SL9 incident, you know why? But that case was solved 2 years ago, wasn't it? Sorry, my back is itchy. That's the reason the evidence was stored in the evidence room. I switched the first 2 letters. Joe Dark was convicted for his crimes. One thing I can say for sure is he deserved his sentence. I remember the Joe Dark case. It involved serial murderers, didn't it? I don't intend to complain about how it turned out. But there's something that still bothers me. Something went down at that trial. Something no one will talk about. What happened? I don't know. That's what I'm trying to find out. Why is he so concerned with that incident? Maybe I should present him with what I think his real reason is. Okay. I have a feeling he'd wind up here sooner or later. Everyone involved here is related in that in some way to that case. I'd better take another look at the files. Okay. Alright, let's... present. This one. Incident number SL9. Close. Perpetrator Joe Dark. Crime, serial murder, sentenced to death. Victims: Edward Jones, Edith Kirby, Jeb Bates, Jason Knight, Rachel Moss, Neil Marshall, as in Jake Marshall's brother, father? Head prosecutor Miles Edgeworth. Witnesses Lana and Emma Skye. Executive investigator Damon Gant, Lana Skye. Head investigator Bruce Goodman. Investigators Jake Marshall, Angel Star. Wait, was there a star in this? No, it's just Marshall. Present. Officer Marshall, I think I understand. I think I know why you care so much about the SL9 case. Sounds like you've been sipping too much cactus juice, partner. I have the SL9 incident file here. The name Marshall is mentioned in here. A list of murder victims. Neil Marshall. Are you related to this man? Neil Marshall? Yeah, I'm sure you've heard the name. 2 years ago. Oh, you received the same lousy prosecutor award you've got. What? A prosecutor? You must be talking about the King of Prosecutors Award. Now I remember. Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He handled the SL9 case before I did. That's right. He was killed. And the case fell into your hands. But what's his relation to you? He was my brother. Oh. He was investigating the murders with Damon Gant and the then Deputy Chief of Police. So that's who this guy was. The group of detectives I was part of worked under them. We were desperate to prosecute the killer. Damn, he looks creepy. Joe Dark. My brother fought Joe Dark and was killed. That was the first time Dark left behind any evidence. That was all we needed. He was He was arraigned and incarcerated. The case was finally closed. At least, according to the public records. What do you mean? My brother couldn't have been killed by Joe Dark. I knew my brother better than anyone. No one could have beat him in a fight. And that's it? That's your reason for your insane actions? There's more to my brother's death than what the records say. No matter how much you try to hide it, you can't fool me. Damn, this is getting so interesting. Ooh, well, at least one thing's for sure. One thing's for certain. Now we know what happened at the police department on the day of the crime. That was the last day the SL9 case could be reopened. Not satisfied with its resolution, Officer Marshall planned to steal the evidence. Disguising himself as Detective Goodman, he entered the evidence room. Officer Meekins confronted him, so he rendered him unconscious and fled. Yes, this mystery has finally been cleared up. No murder took place at the police department that day. The thing that happens by chance never ceases to amaze me. At that exact time as the murder of the prosecutor's office, this fake murder was going on at the police department. Chance? It's gotta be more than just that. I think it is. So. Excuse me. So, if no one was murdered at the police department on the day of the crime, that means the murder in the prosecutor's parking lot was the real one. which in turn means only one person could have committed the crime. Chief Prosecutor Lana Scott. But wait, a verdict wasn't reached in yesterday's trial. Which is why we examined the incident at the police department today. But there is no... Wait, there are only one reason the defendant was not convicted yesterday. There yet remained the mystery of the simultaneous murder at the police department. It seems to me, this boy's got the draw on you, partner. All the mysteries at the police department have been resolved, no doubt about it. Our sole murder took place at the prosecutor's office. The only suspect is Lana Sky. And the testimony of one Miss Angel Star is completely incontestable. If you have a response, make sure a single word or less. Ah! I rest my case. Shut up, you cocky little shit. It seems this trial has reached its conclusion. There is no room for doubt. Well done, Mr. Wright. Thanks to you, I didn't need to waste my time disproving the alleged murder at the police department. There's no doubt what I proved today is true. The apparent murder on the security camera tape really was fake, but I didn't realize that would end up proving Lana guilty. Now then, time for the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant. Hold it! Oh, Lana. Your Honor, wait! Emma? Oh, did I call her Lana? The defense has an objection, a scientific objection. Right? What do you mean, right? Mr. Wright, are you this girl's guardian? Your Honor? Oh, in a sense? Please, Your Honor, all I'm asking for is a minute of your time. Please hear me out. Mr. Edgeworth, please. I don't want to leave any loose ends. See, I'm slowly starting to like Edgeworth because I have a feeling that he gives us chances to solve cases. You want a minute? I'll give you 3. I was kind of in shock. I mean, finding out the SL9 incident referred to the Joe Dark killings. Now that she mentions it, the names on both Sky's sisters were in that file. That was when I figured it out. I mean, what Officer Marshall was trying to do that day. So I knew his fingerprints had nothing to do with the crime. That left only one thing, the other handprint. You mean the traces of blood found on Detective Gumshoe's locker? But no fingerprints were found on it, right? No, I figured if I examined it scientifically, I'd be sure to find a clue. So, I ran over there and looked at it again. So did you find something? No. Huh? Sorry, I guess I'm not much of a scientific investigator after all. Is that all? Please don't be mad. I'm just a high school student. And I'm just an attorney. But Mr. Wright, those traces of blood are the only clue we have. If we can't find something wrong with them, please, Mr. Wright, you're a professional. If anyone can save Lana, it's you. Me? Oh boy. Time's up. Now then, Mr. Wright. With regards to the incident at the police station, does any reasonable doubt remain? It appears the defense is troubled by the other blood mark. Looking at the floor plans, the handprint was discovered around here. Is there a problem with this? Mr. Wright, I'm sorry. I couldn't be more of use. Still, if you can't find anything wrong with the blood mark with Lana, we'll be... Please answer the question, Mr. Wright. We don't have all day. Yes, Your Honor. If I ever needed to concentrate, it's now. What could be wrong with that handprint on Detective Gumshoe's locker? Could there be something I'm missing? I object. This handprint left at the crime scene clearly shows a contradiction. The only thing that seems clear is you grasping Mr. Wright. I've been staring pretty intently at those floor plans. Tell me, is there a problem with them? Yes, this is strange. Take a good look at these floor plans. Something is missing. Missing? You mean something hasn't been drawn on there yet? Oh yeah, the mascot! Yes, something that, when drawn, was completely changed the meaning of the blood mark. Let us pray the defense isn't simply trying to buy time. Very well, Mr. Wright. With all this evidence here, there's gotta be something I can use. The question is, which item can prove something is missing from the floor plan? The blue badger! Hi, Snake King! About time that piece of- what about that piece of plywood? The blue badger, mascot of the police force. Defender of truth, guardian of proof. Explain yourself, Mr. Wright. Please, look at the floor plans and the crime scene. The blue badger is not here. So? So watch what happens when we put him in here. This is where he was dancing at the time of the crime. Well? Well, what? That's right. So long as the blue dancer is dancing here, it would be impossible to place a handprint at this spot on the locker. What? So that means, just exactly what does that mean? It means it can't be done. What are you saying? Blood traces were undeniably found at the locker. Oh, what's this? Oh. Don't look at me. I didn't put it there. Mr. Wright, think it through scientifically. Emma. On that afternoon, Officer Meekins was the one who brought the blue badger to the evidence room, right? After he put it down, it would be impossible to leave a handprint on that locker. So that means this blood mark was left there before the blue badger was brought in. One moment. I will not allow such far-fetched balderdash in my courtroom. It may sound far-fetched, Your Honor, but it's the only possible explanation. On February 21st, in the police department's evidence room, blood was spilled not once, but twice. But how? One time was captured on this tape, taken by the security camera. Officer Meekins cut his hand, from which a trivial matter of blood fell. The problem is, the other time... Yeah, you really can't see the blood mark. Someone bled prior to the struggle shown on this tape. It had to have been Detective Goodman when he was really murdered. That's ridiculous. I refuse to accept your absurd claim. There was no blood at the other crime scene. I've been saying this. The murder portrayed in the security tape has been proven to be fake. However, that does not explain the blood mark found on the locker. So then, assuming this murder you report really happened, then when did it take place? I demand you show evidence that proves when it occurred. When did the first incident occur? Well, ID badge record, right? To summarize, the defense claims that prior to Officer Meekins being cut by Jake Marshall, who was posing as Detective Goodman, another incident took place in the evidence room. That's right. The blood mark on the locker proves this. Very well. Then tell us, When did this first incident occur? As Mr. Edgeworth said, proof must be presented. Proof that shows the murder took place. There's only one piece of evidence that can show that. Now then, will the defense please present the evidence? What shows when the first crime took place? The record. Here. This happens that. Here's it. If the crime took place inside the evidence room when the killer would have entered it, then in order to do so, an ID card would have been required. An ID card. Oh! The ID card record. This one. Officer Meekins brought the Blue Badger panel into the evidence room at, let's see here, 4:50, wait. Let's see, 4:50 p.m. If the crime took place before that time, then it would have been 4:40. Miles Edgeworth. Just what have you done? It wasn't Miles. I never would have figured you had the nerve, boy. Drop the act, witness. It doesn't take a lot of thought to figure out it couldn't have been me. Nope, I'm not getting it. I'm afraid I don't understand either. It's clear from the luminal test that blood was there. However, when the second crime took place, both Officer Meekins and Officer Marshall failed to notice the blood. That means the blood from the first crime scene was wiped away. By the real murderer. It would have been just 10 minutes to murder the victim, carry his body away, and clean up the blood. Unfortunately, that's physically impossible. That would mean the crime must have taken place before Mr. Edgeworth entered the evidence room. Thank you. Let's look at the chart again. There's only one other person. There's only one other card number remaining. So many sevens. Talk about a lucky number. But wait, that doesn't make sense. How could Detective Goodman have entered the evidence room? Since there's no record of his card being used beforehand, he must have entered along with the real murderer. That's the only plausible explanation. He went in with 77777777. Mr. Edgeworth, please look into this ASAP. Find out whose ID number is 77777777. That's 17 too many, Your Honor. Unfortunately, I'm unable to look up the owner of that ID card, at least at present. What? Explain yourself, son. The ID number 77777777 belongs to someone with a rank of captain or higher, someone who is a so-called executive officer. We don't have the authority to inquire onto such a person's identity. But that's ridiculous. Just how... I'm not finished talking, Mr. Wright. There's one situation in which we can be granted such authority. If an official charge filed against an executive is accepted. An official charge? You're all alike, aren't you? With your cover-ups and your forgeries. That's how the prosecutor's office operates. I take pride in my work, Officer Marshall. I would appreciate if you keep your slander to yourself. Slander, is it? Okay. Let me ask a question. Yes? No, not you. To her, the defendant sitting over here. Your own little executive. Lana? Don't be stupid. She's been charged with murder. And of course, we've looked up her ID number. And it's not. So many sevens. Don't play me for a fool, partner. That's not what I want to ask. All I want to know is one thing about that incident. The SL9 incident? Answer me this, Chief Prosecutor. In that trial 2 years ago, did you really only use legitimate evidence? Oh, she being called out? Do you need the witness to repeat his question, Chief Prosecutor? I heard him fine, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago, I was in charge of the prosecution for the trial. At the time, occasionally felt the powerlessness of the law. At least, I did. Lana. I became a prosecutor in order to suppress crime with the law. But before I realized it, we were the ones being suppressed by the law. Defendant, what are you saying? I'll ask you again, Chief Prosecutor. During that trial 2 years ago, did you really present all the evidence in court? Can you look me in the eye? Can you look me, an investigator in the crime, in the eye and say that you did? Chief Prosecutor, you didn't. I don't have to, Officer Marshall. Why won't you answer him? Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to do, in order for him to get the verdict he deserved. But Lana! Even if it involved forging evidence. Damn. So he could have been innocent? And you had him executed? See? That's what I'm talking about. No. No! Order, 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 order! Ooh, Lana's remarks caused such a stir. The chaos in the courtroom could not be quelled. The conclusion of the trial would have to wait until the following day. Oh god, more investigation? We have a drink. Yes. Oh, no. Crazy! I'm so sorry, Mr. Wright. I'm sorry for what my sister said. Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to, in order for him to get the verdict he deserved. I didn't know. I never knew that the SL9 incident was just another name for the Joe Dark killings. Sounds like everyone's heard of these killings but me. Lana wanted Joe Dark convicted so badly. That's why she used me. That's why she used me. She used what happened to me. What do you mean, what happened to you? It's all there in that file. Joe Dark's last victim was Prosecutor Neil Marshall. When he murdered Officer Marshall's brother, he left behind an incriminating piece of evidence. But what did you have to do with those killings, Emma? On the night of Prosecutor Neil Marshall's murder, Joe Dark tried to kill me. Oh, so he was okay, so it was definitely him, but they just didn't have enough evidence. What? He tried to kill you? Officer Marshall's brother, Neil, was only trying to save me. So that means you... Yes. I was a witness in the Joe Dark trials. I didn't see that one coming. Damn, okay. Let's talk to you more about that. It happened 2 years ago. It was right about this time of the year, too. There was a terrible thunderstorm that day, unusual for the season. I was alone in my sister's office. We were planning to eat dinner together once she had finished her work. Then suddenly, this terrifying man came bursting into the office. Joe Dark. It seemed like he was running from someone. He pulled out a knife and screamed at me. I didn't know what was going on. Just then, Prosecutor Marshall showed up. Jake Marshall's brother. Joe Dark tried to take me hostage, but before he could, Mr. Marshall tackled him. Then, what happened? I'll never forget it. Lightning struck and the lights went out. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed outside the window, lighting up the office in an instant. What I saw then burned a permanent picture in my mind, and I can see it. I can still see it now. Permanent picture. I don't remember the moment when Dark stabbed Mr. Marshall. So you weren't able to testify about that. No, I was only asked about when I was attacked. That must have been why she made up the crime. Made it up? You mean provide bogus evidence? The prosecutor's office wanted the guilty verdict so badly. Lana forged the evidence and Mr. Edgeworth used it. Edgeworth? Yes, but I'm sure he didn't know anything about it. He couldn't have known he was being given false evidence. Even so, that's why it all started. The rumors about Mr. Edgeworth, it's all my fault. If I couldn't have just testified properly, none of this would have happened. So it's true, even though he may not have known it, Edgeworth really was involved in falsifying evidence. After that case ended, Lana was never the same. She became cold like she is today. She must not have been able to face up to what she did, especially not to Emma. What did you see in that instant the crime occurred? Dark knocked down Mr. Marshall and raised his knife. Neil Marshall was stabbed right in front of this poor girl. I don't remember what happened after that. Apparently I passed out. When I came to, Lana was cradling me in her arms. Poor Emma. You've been through so much. I couldn't bring myself to testify about that instant. I tried, but the words just wouldn't come out. I drew a picture, but it wasn't any good. 2 years ago, you must have been 14. That's understandable. I'm 14 years old, witnessing a murder. Once it was all over, I made up my mind. I decided that when I grew up, I'd become a scientific investigator. I wanted to be able to fight crime with my testimonies and find the evidence to make an airtight case. That way, Lana would never have to forge any. I see. I think I'm finally starting to understand what makes Emma tick. But there's still something about that bothers me about that crime. There's something that's puzzling me, Emma. What is it? You said you were in Lana's office at the time, right? That's right. Why then would a serial killer come running in there? Not only that, but he was being chased by a prosecutor. There's no mystery there. Oh, there's no mystery there. Joe Dark had been taken in for questioning that day. Taken in for questioning? You mean by the police? Of course. This happened at the police department. He tried to run away halfway through the interview and fled into my sister's office. But why did he run all the way over to your sister's office? Because the detective offices and the questioning room are right across from the elevator. Across from the elevator? But Lana was the chief prosecutor, wasn't she? No, silly. Didn't I tell you? 2 years ago, Lana was a detective. She was the best in the entire force. What? That's news to me. After the Joe Dark case, she was transferred to the prosecutor's office and made chief prosecutor. Lana used to be a detective? I'd better have another talk with her. Damn, this is goddamn news to me. Alright. Hello. Lana. Just adjust myself. Mr. Wright, it seems I keep causing you trouble. Falsifying evidence. I didn't think you were in the type. Criminals don't mind playing foul. Why should we? But Lana, if you're wrong, an innocent person might have been found guilty. Believe me, I understand the risks. Lana, Emma told me about you. Oh? About how you were a detective 2 years ago. And how the SL9 incident was the reason for your transfer to the prosecutor's office. That's right. Could you fill me in on the details, especially about the unusual change of jobs? I suppose you have a right to know, Mr. Wright. A lot of revelations were uncovered at the trial today. Not the least of which was the fact that this case is largely connected to another one 2 years ago. Evidence from that case was stolen as well, though I expected as much. I know how obsessive Officer Marshall can be. That trial was it really wasn't fair, was it? I believe in you, Lana. I believe that no matter what happened, you'd always stick to the truth. It couldn't be helped, Emma. At that trial 2 years ago, I sold my soul. Well, all drama aside, the fact of the matter is, at 5:15, there was no murder at the police department. Tell me it's not true, Lana. What the witness, Miss R, said. About you stabbing Mr. Goodman with a knife. Lana, I don't understand. Why won't you tell us? Emma, this doesn't involve just me. I don't think I've ever seen Lana look so fazed before. Okay, I think with what we have so far, I believe that it wasn't so much a murder as it was like in terms of Lana, I don't think it was a murder so much as it was like discover. I think because Goodman was found like half inside the truck, in the trunk of Edgeworth's car. So what I believe is that the murderer and Goodman went into the evidence room. Goodman was murdered, and they cleaned up the crime scene. They dragged Goodman's body to the parking lot and stuffed him inside Edgeworth's car. Then Edgeworth drove to the prosecutor's office and parked his car. For some reason, Lana came down to the parking lot and found the body inside the trunk. And what Angel Star witnessed wasn't Lana murdering Goodman, but her pulling out the knife. So it looked like she was mid-stab, but actually she was pulling out the knife. I think that's what happened. It's true, I was a member of the police force 2 years ago. She was amazing. They still talk about all the cases she and Chief Gank cracked together. Chief Gank? Gank. Gant? He and the deputy chief of police back then. He was the deputy chief of police back then, but he still worked at crime scenes. Damon Gant. He was everything I aspired to be. They were the best team ever. They solved crimes before the reports could even be filed. Emma really idolizes her big sister. That's cute. But now you're chief prosecutor. What happened? I always planned on becoming a prosecutor. The reason I became a detective was to gain experience investigating crime scenes, so you could use that experience in court, right? Gant's help in the SL9 case was crucial to its resolution. After that, he became chief of police and arranged my transfer to the prosecutor's office. Maybe I should ask more about this investigation of theirs 2 years ago. 2 years ago, I was in a second in command of the detectives investigating Dark. Second in command? That means the investigation lead was Damon Gant, right? Every time I see his name, I just want to say Demon Gant. Yes, Deputy Chief Gant and I shared the same office and the same investigation. They even had the same office. Wait, so does that mean maybe Joe Dark was looking for Gant? We led a team of the best detectives on the force. Detective Goodman, whose case it was, Jake Marshall and Angel Star. And the first time Marshall worked with his brother, he was quite gung-ho. That's cute. Without a doubt, Joe Dark was the serial killer. We asked him to come in for questioning. We were desperate for evidence. That was when his final murder took place. When he tried to murder Emma. Prosecutor Marshall was trying to save me from Dark. You see, the first person who happened upon the scene of the crime was me. Now you tell us. Damon Gant and Neil Marshall were the ones questioning Dark that day. The investigation was in its final stages, and Dark must have suddenly panicked. So he waited until Gant and Marshall let their guards down, then fled the room. From there, he ran straight to the office, shared by Deputy Chief Gant and myself. That's where he found me. So you were the first person to run into the scene, Lana? It appears so. I was filing some papers while Gant and Marshall were questioning Dark. When I returned to my office, I saw 3 bodies on the floor and smelled blood. Damn. 3 bodies? Prosecutor Marshall, the victim Emma, who had passed out, and the suspect, Joe Dark. During the struggle, it seems Marshall struck a final blow before he had died. Joe Dark had incurred a minor concussion and laid unconscious. What did you do? To be honest, I panicked. I picked up Emma, carried her out of the room, and just held her. I can't blame her. After all her sister must have gone through. After that, I placed Dark under immediate arrest. Let me get this straight. You were all involved in the SL9 incident. That's right. Quite a coincidence, I don't buy it. What are you saying? There's no way everyone involved in this trial was also involved in that incident. Just by chance. But that case was solved 2 years ago. At least one person went to extremes because they didn't believe it was truly solved. Officer Marshall. Yes, his actions came as a surprise to me as well. Ever since his brother died, he's changed completely. I guess he wasn't convinced the ruling against Joe Dark. Life doesn't end with the closing of a case. Everyone has to live the rest of their lives with their memories. That case just might not be over yet. Emma was assaulted by Dark at the police department, right? Yes, in the office that Damon Gant and I shared. The office that Mr. Gant now occupies by himself. The Chief's office. Maybe we should take a look at the Chief's office, the site of the final SL9 murder. Okay. Move. I don't see Detective Gumshoe anywhere. Seems like he's kind of quiet. Things seem kind of quiet around here today. You're right. The Chief of Detectives seems the same, though. Why don't we go look for some other people to talk to? Right. We can come back here later. How do I... No, that's not it. Hello, Lord. How are you? No one's here today, not even Miss Starr. Everyone's probably busy looking into what exactly went down in the evidence room. That must be where the detectives are. But we proved in court today that that on the day of the crime, no one was murdered in the evidence room at 5:15. Yeah, I thought we were finally making some headway in our case. But instead it looks like we just ended up making Lana look even more guilty. Hang in there, Lana. I've got to find all the answers by tomorrow. The DS exclusive case. Yeah, it's getting really interesting. We need to go... here? Marshall! Howdy, Bambina. Oh, Mr. Marshall. I never thought things turned out this way when I woke up this morning. Okay, Sarah. You never know where life will lead you, eh, Bambina? I should have known my lung had ran out when old Billy dried up this morning. Billy? You must mean his pet cactus. Say, where are you heading? Just over at the prosecutor's office for a little interrogation. Bill Marshall because I refuse to call him Jake. It's a voluntary appearance, but we all know I won't be coming back. Sorry, but I can't go in the evidence room today, partner. But Mr. Marshall, why did you do it? Why do you prospectors head west? If ever there was a case I needed to know the truth about, it was this one. Before you turn yourself in, Mr. Marshall, would you mind telling us exactly what happened? Looks like I won't be getting a steak lunch today. Something was fishy about that trial from the beginning. It wasn't just me either. All the detectives thought so. What do you mean, fishy? Some of the facts reported were inconsistent with the evidence we found. For example, the murder weapon. The murder weapon? You mean the switchblade knife with the broken tip? That was Joe Dark's, alright. But in the initial autopsy report in question was raised. A question? The blade of the knife was not a perfect match to the wound the victim sustained. Oh, by the way, how are you, Lord? I forgot to ask. Hope you're doing good. What does that mean? It means there's a good chance that that knife was not the murder weapon. However, in the report that was finally submitted, that possibility had been erased. But the facts have been concealed with the forged evidence. The case left behind scars on all of us. Scars that the SL9 incident left behind? I got the looks, but he got the brains. He was one of the best prosecutors around. I had just made detective when it went down. It was our first case together. How old was he, your brother? He was 27. I was gonna say 72. I'm like, god damn, that's old. He was 27 at the time. Oh, he's so young. My god, he's as old as my partner. My boyfriend. He was 27 at the time. He was awarded the highest honor that very day. So it was his little brother. The highest honor? You mean the king of prosecutors? I knew it. What are you looking at me for like that? Oh wait, what are you looking at me like that for? It's an honor for prosecutor. Mr. Marshall must have really been close with his brother. Not as old as his old bag. He's probably like 107. The day the SL9 incident took place, that wasn't the same day as... That's right. It was the day of the evidence transfer. Interesting. It was drizzling that morning, and by nightfall, there was thunder. Can't believe 2 years has gone by already. I tried to steal the evidence so the case wouldn't die. Apparently someone tried to stop you. Detective Goodman was murdered, and the evidence locker was empty. Wait, can we go back real quick? Because I totally forgot to examine this thing. Tag says AI 16. What's that got to do with anything? Nothing, apparently. At least that's what Edgeworth said. That makes it seem all more suspicious. Who knows? It might turn out to be the clue that breaks the case. Wouldn't that be nice? Is there anything else on it? Don't think so. Okay. That was the only thing that was bothering me. I'm gonna need to get some water. My throat is dry. There was something going on behind the scenes in that case. We all knew that later. Every detective involved in that case, in that investigation, save one, was taken care of. Miss Starr was fired and I was demoted and boxed away in a tiny room. What about Detective Goodman? If they did do something to him too, the commissioners would get suspicious. No, they were careful enough not to be too obvious. They? Who are you talking about? Don't get upset, Bambino. I mean Damon Gant and Lana Skye. The investigation lead, Damon Gant, and his second-in-command, Lana Skye. There wasn't a person on the force who hadn't heard of the duo. That case was the biggest step in both their careers. After the case ended, Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office, right? Yeah, Damon Gant was the new chief of police, arranged for that to happen. She'd never been the same since she left. Everyone knew her, said so. Chief Prosecutor Sky was totally different when she was a detective. Now that you mention it, Emma said something like that too. Tell me, what happened to my sister? Lord. Sorry, Bambina, but her secret is too well guarded. I never found out. Lana's secret. It all started 2 years ago. So there you have it. That's my story. Did you enjoy it, partner? It was certainly enlightening. There's one thing for sure I found out in court today. That boy Edgeworth isn't my enemy. He was the one who used falsified evidence to get a guilty verdict. But someone else was the one who gave him that evidence and planned everything. That someone was Damon Gant. Don't believe me? Well, I don't blame you. I won't be a patrolman after today. Too bad I won't be around to work with you when you become a real scientific investigator. Aww. Adios, Bambino. Bye. Maybe you can open up a bar. I don't know where to go. Must be someone's busy solving crimes. The conference room. Thanks. Wow. He actually talked to us. The chief prosecutor saying that what she did, and the decision about what to do about Mr. Edgeworth, not to mention our statement to the media and tomorrow's trial. There's more chaos going on than Thanksgiving and Christmas put together. Take some paracetamol. I think festive is the word usually used for those. Sir, we'd like to have a look around Chief Gant's office. No? Just use the connecting hallway to the other building and take the elevator to the top floor. Really? You mean it's okay for us to go in there? I mean, we aren't police officers or anything. Hey, you're right. You can't go in there. It's off limits. Now I see where Detective Gumshoe gets his unique charm. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's head to the chief's office. Whoa. This is, a lot. Whoa, where am I? In the chief's office, silly? At least that's what it said at the door. Check out the pipe organ. That's real, isn't it? Hey, I used to take organ lessons in kindergarten. They used to call me Little Miss Bach. I thought I was a dude. I never could remember where C was. Ah! Jesus Christ, scared the shit out of me. Oh, it's you two. Chief Gant. He put the paper he was reading on his desk. So, Righto, have you been swimming lately? No, I haven't. I've been kind of busy lately. I can appreciate that. His suit is the same color as his skin. I can appreciate that. You've had many hands, too, with Mr. Marshall's misconduct. And Lana's provocative statement. Provocative statement. Oh, you mean about the forged evidence? 2 years have passed since that incident. My, how time flies. See that big picture on the wall over there? Wait a minute, that's the same vase. In the, what is it called? Shit, in the evidence locker. That's a picture of Lana, Neil, and me. So this is Mr. Marshall's brother, Prosecutor Neil Marshall. We took it to commemorate our work together. Lana is like half their especially compared to Gan. Size, not they really. Something's not right with this picture. Can't quite seem to put my finger on it though. Wait, there's a sword as well. I thought it was just a shield. I just noticed that. And what's that? That blade. Why is it so prominent? Okay, so many things is going on with this picture. Blade, sword that was missing, and that thing over there. Lord, stop it. Gant's team picture added to the court record. Anyway, I'd like to reminisce all day, but there are certain matters that need my attention. I'm going to lock up here, so let's go out together. Oh, but this office, it's a crime scene. It was a crime scene 2 years ago, wasn't it? That case has long since been over. There's no need to investigate it anymore. All the same, we'd still like to have a look around. Perhaps you didn't hear me. I said there's no need to investigate it anymore. Now hurry up and get out. I have a meeting to attend. Okay. Looks like we aren't welcome. It seems that case isn't over with yet. After all. What do you mean? Chief Gant denied our request to search the crime scene. That means there must be a reason he doesn't want us looking around in there. You mean like a clue? There's got to be a way we can get inside the chief's office. This is getting interesting. Might stream for a little bit more. Actually, yeah. Move. Is Detective Gumshoe in yet? Maybe there was a secret hiding spot, and he was just waiting. Gumshoe! Hey, pal. Detective Gumshoe, aren't you supposed to be at the meeting? Yeah, I'm just taking a breather. My feet hurt. From sitting so long? Actually, from serving everyone coffee. Sounds like Detective Gumshoe's still out of the loop. Say, have either of you seen Mr. Edgeworth? Edgeworth? No. Why do you ask? He's under fire from both the police department and the prosecutor's office. It's almost like the battle's between two in court. That sounds serious. Is it because of what my sister said? That's basically what it all boils down to. That falsified evidence 2 years ago. Now, I know Mr. Edgeworth has the whole world after his blood. Yikes. Why would Edgeworth be blamed? It's not like he knew the evidence was forged. Lana Skye is the guilty party here, isn't she? Regardless, a prosecutor is responsible for the evidence they present in court. That's true. Not only that, but as you know, there have been a lot of rumors going around about Mr. Edgeworth. His amazing talent as a prosecutor kept him safe from those who don't like him. But now, with this, there are so many people who hate him? Are there so many people who hate him? In our world, only those with talent rise to the top. Mr. Edgeworth not only has that, but he's young. There's no better recipe I know for making enemies. Hey Dick, keep up the good work. Yes, sir. Let's go out for lunch again sometime. My treat. Yes, sir. You gotta take me back to that joint sometime, okay, Dick? Yes, sir. Phoenix. Oh, sorry. I just, for some reason I thought Phoenix was the first word. It seems there doesn't have any... It seems you don't have any problem with enemies. Yeah, well, I'm careful not to stick out. Anyway, I'm a bit worried about him. Under all of this pressure, I'm afraid Mr. Edgeworth just might crack. Actually, I took a look at the file earlier while the coffee was brewing. Oh yes, I'm curious about one thing. Do you consider it a ladder or a step ladder? What do you mean? Do I consider what a ladder? It seems generally concerned for Edgeworth. Well, did you find out anything? The only evidence Dark left behind was during his final attack. His final attack? You mean when he killed Prosecutor Marshall, who was trying to protect some girl? Me. Seems Detective Gumshoe never realized Emma was the girl. That's when he left the most incriminating evidence of all. Well, what was it? Let's see, I think it had something to do with the murder weapon. Oh, I forgot. I forget. Look, it's all written somewhere in here, okay? His powers of recollection never fail to impress me. Did you know? Maybe we should show him the murder weapon. It might jog his memory. Okay. Go back. Back. Hello, Milky Way. Oh, okay. From this one. About this. Hey, is that... It has a tag, attached to it with the label SL9 incident on it. I believe this would be the broken murder weapon you were speaking of. We are playing Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney. It's like it's like a lawyer detective game. It's really fun. I believe this would be the broken murder. Yeah. What are you doing with that? Ever since that case has been closed, the knife's been locked away in a locker. On the day Detective Goodman was murdered, this suddenly disappeared from the locker. It was found in Mr. Edgeworth's car muffler. That's it! Ooh, you're close to affiliate? I know! I did have 46 followers at one point, but someone decided, nah. Which is fine, I get it. Now, I remember what that incriminating piece of evidence... incriminating piece of evidence was. When you showed me that knife, it all came back to me. Well, what is it, Detective? Quick, before you forget again. Joe Dark was 42 at the time of the crime. He was just your run-of-the-mill businessman. A businessman? What made him take to serial killing? One day, on his way home from work, he hit someone with his car. With his car? So it was an accident? An accident, yes, but it transformed him into an animal. An animal? He killed a man that witnessed the accident. Then he killed... Oh god, there's so many. A kid walked by, so he just killed him too, then buried the bodies. Oh my god. A jogger came upon the scene and was killed as well. Finally, he turned himself in. Seems like he was a pretty careless animal. Of course, this is all conjecture. Big Milk! Thank you for the follow! Thank you! I'm back to 46 followers. Thank you! Mwah. Of course, this is all conjecture. I didn't read that too fast. I couldn't read that fast. There wasn't a single shred of evidence. So he turned himself in. Yes, but in the middle of the questioning, he fled and murdered his final victim, Prosecutor Marshall. That crime was witnessed by someone too, but luckily Dark was arrested on the spot. It's a good thing that last witness wasn't killed. That last witness, aka Emma. This knife, it was Joe Dark's, wasn't it? That's right. We traced it back to the store he brought it at. Plus, it had his fingerprints on it too. But no one actually witnessed him using it to murder anyone, right? That's where his luck ran out. When you take a good look at the knife, you see it's broken. You don't have to take a good look at it to notice that. Yeah, well, anyway. Take a guess where the broken tip of the knife was found. That's what did him in. Where was it? The victim, Neil Marshall, was carrying it inside his own body. It was found deep inside the stab wound. Did it match Dark's knife? You bet, down to the last fiber. That's pretty conclusive. Neil's autopsy report added to the court record. Switchblade knife updated in the court record. Well, there you have it. There you have it in a nutshell. That's all I know. Can I ask you one more thing? What is it? If it's money you need, you should ask Chief Gant. It's not money, but it does concern Chief. His office is a crime scene, right? It's where Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered. The chief's out now, and his office is locked. But we'd like to have a look around if that's okay. Well, any detective's ID card can unlock the door. What? Something doesn't add up, but my head hurts. Oh, poor Lord. Seriously, take some medicine. Drink some water. Have some OJ. But if I let a civilian in there, I'd be charged with breach of trust. Breach of trust? I'll just drink some shoot balls and stop it. No. Simply put, I'd be canned. Oh. Sorry, pal. Why is my thing being silly? There we go. I don't plan on getting fired because of you. How about this ID card? It was Detective Goodman's. It won't work either. The data was deleted the day he died. Damn it. Oh. So in other words, Gumshoe is our only chance of getting into that office. I wonder if there's something we could show him that would make him change his mind. Do I have anything? Hold on. I'm gonna take a closer look at this photo. Look at that! It's right there! Why is it here? I'll throw all the Hail Marys you want. Phoenix, and I don't plan on getting you fired. Oh, not options. Go back. Let's go back. Anyone here? No. O-A-G! I wonder if Edgeworth is back yet. There he is. It looks like he's writing something. Ah! What are you doing here? You sure was quick to throw that paper on the floor. Tough day in court, huh? I've had to live the past 2 years with rumors flying around. What's another allegation to me? Cheer up, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm rooting for you. That's Edgeworth for you. Always trying to hide his real feelings. So, what do you want? Unlike some people, I don't have all day. First of all, what's that piece of paper? I wonder what he's writing for. Come on, Mr. Wright. Let's take a look. Are you crazy? Edward is sitting right there. Just distract him. I'll check it out. Hey, Edgeworth. Wait, is that Detective Gumshoe out there, the window there? Oh no, he's falling to the ground. Hold on. First, let me see what the girl's crawling up. You guys suck at this. Hold on. First, let me see what this girl's doing crawling around my feet. He didn't even look. What? A letter of... If you're having trouble reading, I'll read it for you. It says, Letter of Resignation. Resignation? Edgeworth, you don't mean... I'm tired, Wright. I feel as if something inside me has died. But Mr. Edgeworth, none of it is your fault. I know the path I've walked. You don't need to tell me. And the path I've walked hasn't been just one. I can't forgive myself for what I've done. And no one else should forgive me either. Uh-oh, I think he's serious. Mr. Wright, please, you have to do something. This letter of resignation. I wonder if I can use it for anything. Thank you. Oh, I can show it to Detective Gumshoe. Mill. Due to the recent events, I hereby announce my resignation as public prosecutor. You really wrote a resignation letter. Wow. Even resigning, Mr. Edgeworth is cool and concise. Still, it wasn't his fault. Someone has to be held responsible. As to how... Wait, that's how it is in the grown-up world. Yeah, but the responsibility means nothing if he just quits. Well, it's less than and more of a note. It really is. Well, not everyone sees it that way. God, it's really warm in here. I might turn on the AC. To truly take responsibility, you should have to work the rest of your life for no pay. That's one tough grown-up world there. Anything else? Alright, well, let's show this to Gumshoe. No, I didn't want to... Let's talk to you. There's no excuse for what I've done. 2 years ago, I used false evidence to obtain a guilty verdict. That's what it all breaks down to, and nothing I do can erase the fact. But you didn't know, did you? I mean, that's the evidence, that the evidence was falsified. The police department and the prosecutor's office share a bond of trust. If that bond is broken, we stand to lose everything. The police department's error is my error, and my responsibility as the prosecutor to change. The fact remains the same, no matter... I need water. The fact remains the same, no matter what excuses I might have. Mr. Edgeworth, I take pride in my work. So tell me why. Why has it all come to this? And Edgeworth can't keep this kind of emotion bottled up. You do and I will too? Okay then. Are you up for the trial tomorrow? First last year's trial, and now this one. It seems all you do is worry about me. To be honest, you're getting on my nerves. But Mr. Edgeworth, we can't just you can't just walk out of the trial. Tomorrow's the last day. It's too late to change prosecutors. I'll bet that's what my superiors are banking on. I never thought that case would come back to haunt me like this. What do you mean? The list of evidence. It seems too short. Most lists run twice as long. It's also half as long as most lists? That's odd. After Neil Marshall was murdered, I became prosecutor for that case. I may not have been part of the investigation, but I knew what I had to do. Use the evidence I was given to prove the suspect guilty. That was really the only thing on my mind at the moment, at the time. Say, we just saw a picture taken around that time. That picture, something seems strange about it. Alright, I'm gonna quickly grab some water. and turn on the AC. So I'll be right back. And you get some water too, Lord. I'm back. Oh, I'm back. Pressed the wrong one. Alright, I got my drink and I also got some brownies. Yummy. Alright. Oh, sorry, I'm chewing. Okay, the day of the crime. Could you tell us again about what happened that day? The day of Detective Goodman's murder? You were participating in a ceremony over at the station, right? I never cared for ceremonies, but I had to attend that one. Because you were awarded this? Those receiving awards can't exactly skip out of the ceremony. I finished up at the office in the morning, then drove over to the police department. You finished up at the office? Yes, just odds and ends, chemical- oh, when did I say chemical? Clerical stuff. I didn't plan on returning to the office that day. That is, until I was asked to take something back. Take something back? This. Oh yeah, Chief Gant asked you to hold on to that, didn't he? Yes, it was a piece of evidence in a case that was closed half a year ago. He asked me to bring it back to the prosecutor's office. That's the story we heard yesterday. So you came back here to the prosecutor's office because the chief asked you to? Oh, I need a drink again. Good, you grabbed some medicine. That's right. Okay. I want to show him the picture and see if he sees anything. This picture was hanging on the wall in Chief Gant's office. Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He just had started making a name for himself. Looks like this was taken while he received the King Prosecutor Trophy. Speaking of that, there's something that bothers me. Yes? The trophy Mr. Marshall is holding. It's a little different than yours. Yes, you're right. Ah, I remember now. Remember what? That was the official prosecutor trophy looked like until 2 years ago. There's a story behind its design. A story? Sounds interesting. Would you mind telling it to us? It's simple, really. Contradiction. That's what the award's based on. That's it? Okay then. Oh, here we go. This award originates from an ancient Chinese tale. In Chinese, the word contradiction is written with 2 characters. The first means halberd, and the second means shield. Have you heard of the story? Me? Oh, sure, everyone knows that. Why would you tell it why don't you tell it to me? Why don't you tell it to me, though, for Emma's sake? Very well. Long ago, in the kingdom of Chu, there was an arms merchant. One day, he presented the king with 2 items. The first was a halberd he claimed would slice through any shield of armor. The second was a shield he claimed could withstand any weapon. Wait a minute. Those claims contradict each other. Very perceptive. But then again, you've heard the story before, right? Anyway, as you mentioned, the very description of these items discredit them both. When the king pointed this out, the merchant was left speechless. Oh, sorry, itchy ear. And thus the Chinese word for contradiction was born. Oh, I see! So the chip's shield and the broken knife symbolize... Precisely so. They symbolize the merchant's items. The ancient tale ends with the merchant at a loss for words. But it is in our nature to presume matters to their conclusion, even if it results in something as ugly as this. Wow, thanks, Mr. Edgeworth. I learned something new today. That's fine. If that's so, then why were you only given a shield? You have to ask Chief Gant. Oh, itchy. 2 years ago, we had the halberd part of the award abolished. Chief Gant. King of Prosecutor Trophy updated in the court. 2 years ago, the halberd was removed at Gant's behest, given its current form. Okay then. anything else to ask about, so... Oh. Excuse me. Would you, either of you care for a quarter pound of roast beef? Miss Star, I guess she's out of lunches. What the fuck those tablecloth ass ties called back in the day? Tablecloth ties? I'm not too sure. What are you doing, buddy? You certainly are curious, Sword, aren't you? Kind of like the first person who sucked a cow's nipple to discover milk. I don't think that's how they discovered it. Still, I thought you'd go digging up that case from 2 years ago. Ah, okay. Oh, you want me to throw it? Give it to me. Give it to me. Give it to me. Gotcha. There you go. Everyone in this trial was involved in the SL9 incident. Not only that, but the murder occurred on the very day the evidence from that case was. Due to transferal, this can't be attributed to mere coincidence. Aren't you forgetting something? You know that little scene I happened to witness? The instant Lana stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife? No matter how much of the past you dig up, it won't change what I saw. I don't think you saw her stabbing. I think you saw her taking the knife out. Roast beef is meant to be savored when eaten. Mrs. Star's hatred towards Lana. It all dates back to 2 years ago. Joe Dark. That's a name I'll soon not forget. We trailed him for half a year. Oh, the pressure. Oh, the pressure. Still, I don't think I was ever more alive than I was then. Those days were steamier than a bowl of hot gravy. Poor old Jake Marshall, though, must have been going through hell. I mean, because of his brother's death? They were close, those two. After Neil died, something took over Jake. He became obsessed. Seeing Jake like that made her all the more desperate. Her? Lana Skye. My sister? The best of the best were put on the SL9 case. Of course, they were led by the legendary duo, Lana and Chief Gant. The legendary pair was the reason we were able to keep up our investigation. That's why we were so shocked over how it turned out. You mean with the forging of evidence? Don't get me wrong. Joe Dark got what he deserved. Drink. Still, it was obvious the evidence produced in court was being manipulated. Items our team never found would suddenly appear, while other items were kept secret. But you don't have proof anything illegal was done. I'm proof enough of what happened. After that case, all of us, save Goodman, were relieved of our duties. Most without even so much as an explanation. Then Lana Skye transferred to the prosecutor's office and became chief prosecutor. Lana always wanted to be a prosecutor. Nothing's quite as simple as it appears. Lana Skye was merely being used as a pawn. That's my take on the matter. She was being used. Damon Gant and Lana Skye. Gant led the investigation with Lana second in command. They were the best. They solved all kinds of cases together, didn't they? Damon Gant's magnetism in particular was most unreal. His magnetism? By that I mean his ability to attract evidence. He'd produced the most incredible evidence in the cases he handled. Incredible evidence? You mean... Oh yes, there were rumors about him even back then. No one dared confront him though. I take it she's talking about forged evidence. Back then, everyone looked up to Lana. All the detective wanted to be like her. Really? Oh yes, even myself included. I was a fool, really. She hated anything crooked and always watched out for the other detectives. That's why she was so concerned for Jake. Mr. Marshall. When Jake's brother was murdered, she felt as if she had lost her own brother. If it wasn't for her, I don't think Jake would have ever had recovered from his shock. That's what makes it all the more infuriating. Miss Starr. That's why. I'll never be able to forgive her. Why did she have to turn so cold after that? Okay. Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office 2 years ago, didn't she? Yes, thanks to Chief Grant's powerful influence. Chief? That's right. Having solved the SL9 case, his position as chief was secured. There was only one thing left for him to control. And, then no one else could stand in his way. The prosecutor's office. What? You mean, that's how Lana was transferred? He could control the chief prosecutor. If he could control the chief prosecutor, he can control the prosecutor's office. That must have been his goal all along. But how could he control Lana? I don't know, but one thing's for sure. Ever since the case ended, she's never been the same. It's only logical to conclude. There must have been a reason for her change. At last, I'm finally getting close to the bottom of this ugly mess. Thank you, Miss Starr. You listen to me, Rookie. It takes more than just ingredients to create a fine cuisine. I hope you turn out to be a better chef than I've been. Okay. Don't worry, Swifty. I get like that sometimes. Okay. Oh right, let's go to Detective Gumshoe. Oh, you're back. You're still here? I gotta make 150 copies of these files. Brewing coffee, copying files. I'm turning into a regular DJ. You're a DJ as well? If I'm not mistaken, I think he means desk jockey. Oh, that DJ. She's so cute. I gotta admire your persistency, but my answer's still no. I'm not letting you into Chief's office, period. It'd be my neck on the line. That office is the last crime scene in the SL9 incident. I have to take a look in there. There's gotta be something we can do to make the detective change his mind. I know! Oh, goddammit. Present! What's this crumpled piece of paper? No way! Mr. Edgeworth can't be serious. Is he ever not serious? I can't believe we've pushed him this far. They've pushed him this far. Mr. Edgeworth really feels responsible. When I first met him, I thought he was cold as ice too. But I know different now. He trusted us detectives to provide him with sound evidence. But we betrayed him. Detective. That's it. I've made up my mind. But... Here, take my ID card. You can't do that. If someone found out... they wouldn't let you off the hook with another lost item report. Look at me. It's no secret I'm already out of the loop. After all, I'm friends with Mr. Edgeworth. Depending on how this case turns out, I may already be as good as terminated. What? So at least let me do this. For Mr. Edgeworth's sake. Alright, Detective. Thank you. Gumshoe's ID tucked swiftly into your pocket. Alrighty. Is that everything? Let's go to the office. Here goes, Mr. Wright. Click. Beep. Ha 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 ha. Ooh, something on Steam is on sale. We're in. If anyone finds us now, Detective Gumshoe's a goner. If that's what happens, I'm counting on you to bail me out. Ah! Oop. Did you slap him? Sorry, I thought you were a ghost. I didn't even know you could slap a ghost. Is it for free? Yeah, it is. But it's also daylight savings for me over here, so it's still bright out. Detective Gumshoe. What are you doing sneaking up on us like that? I wasn't sneaking. I was just worried something might go wrong. So I came too. If you're here, then what's the point in giving us your ID card? Gumshoe's ID card crushed and rendered unusable in pocket. Hey, don't do that to my card. Silly boy, here you go. I hardly ever get a chance to come in here. So me streaming in the morning would be night for you. Interesting. Yeah, pretty much. If it's morning for you, it's night for me. And if it's morning for me, it's night for you. So I figured I'd have a look around myself. Besides, we're all in this together now. We're all in this together. No, sorry. You really do want to get fired, don't you? Not if we're lucky. Now come on, let's see what we can find. Got a bad feeling about this. It's a safe, isn't it? Safe. That word is ripe with intrigue. Okay, if you say so. Looks like a code is needed to be entered in the panel to open it. Ooh. 7-digit number. I think I might know what it is. Don't touch it just yet. Thank you, Swifty. I love watching you stream. You're really funny. I better wait until I find something more definitive. 7-digit number. Did we see one of those somewhere? How about we try entering my birthday? Why would it be your birthday? This is the real deal, isn't it? This armor and these weapons? Sure is, pal. The chief doesn't care for imitations. First the pipe organ, now this armor. Do you know how many taxpayers' dollars must have gone into this room? What? You mean we're paying for this? That's it. I'm not paying 1 cent to my taxes. You don't have to pay any taxes. You're 16! Shh, be careful what you say. Who knows? The chief may be hiding in this armor as we speak. I don't think he'd fit in there. Even if he did, he'd never be able to get back out. Cut it out. You guys don't know how scary that guy can be. Oh, we know. Wow, look at the size of Chief's desk. Speaking of that, I wonder when we were here earlier. Oh, it's you two. Chief Gant. He put that paper he was reading on his desk. I wonder what he was reading. This looks like a list of evidence. A list of evidence? In most cases, the list runs twice as long as this one, though. I'd normally agree that it's a dangerous spot for Gumshoe to be in, but the title Phoenix Wright is a Trilogy. So, you know, 2 more games. Yeah. Hey, look at the case name. Huh? SL9 incident. I wonder what this is doing here. Hold on, detective. What did you just say? I said, I wonder what... No, about the evidence list. Normally they're twice as long? That's right. I guess there wasn't a lot of evidence. A half-size list of evidence. It seems so short. Most lists run twice as long. What would the other half of the list be doing here? I knew it! The chief must have been hiding about that case. So it would appear so. Evidence list added to the court record. List of evidence in the SL9 incident was ripped in half, so this part is all I've got. Nope, nope, not... Can we read it? Whoa, what the hell? I wonder what this is. It looks like someone drew some kind of sketch here. What is it? What did you find something? I can't make it out. I'd better keep quiet about it for now. Huh? Oh, it's nothing. Why are you guys moving about like that, Mr. Wright? I'd better not forget about this picture. Damn, so we're not gonna tell her about it? Alright then. Can we still read the list of evidence? Or no? Okay. Oh, you want me to throw it again? There you go. Slide to the left. This was Lana's desk. It sure is tidy. Lana's always been a meticulous cleaner. There's not even any dust on it. Looks like someone's still keeping it clean. Does Lana ever come back here? No. Chief Gant must have kept it clean in memory of their partnership. There was still, there were the stuff of legends are made of. Does he keep it in memory of her or in memory of the crime? These shelves are mostly empty. Lana must have cleaned them out when she transferred over to the prosecutor's office. There's a small picture frame on the left shelf. Hey, this is when Lana and I went to the theme park. Oh. Look at that giant window. Makes you want to crash through it and jump outside. This is the 15th floor. I know, I was just saying. Saying what? Ever since meeting a detective, I've always dreamed about doing something like that. Note to self, Detective Gumshoe has a lot of dreams. So long as he doesn't go crashing through that window, then he doesn't get fired. Don't say that. This was taken on the day... What are you doing? No, god damn it. Loki, you need to leave me alone. There you go. Jesus Christ. This was taken on that day 2 years ago. He never said he'd survive the jump, he just wants to jump. This was taken on the day 2 years ago. The day Joe Dark ran out of the questioning room and tried to kill Emma. After receiving this award trophy, Mr. Marshall took a picture here, then went along with Chief Gant to question Dark. I bet he never knew he'd be dead just a few hours later. Gee, you think? 7-digit number. Do we have a 7-digit number? I'm thinking, is it the ID card number? 1, 2, 3, 6, wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Is it all 7? Let's give it a go. Okay. Let's give it a try. 7-digit number. Do you know what it is? I have a hunch. Oh, I know. You want to try my birth date, is it? It is. It's... I have a better idea. Here goes nothing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7? I did it! Bingo. What number did you enter? Whose birthday was it, pal? 7777777. The final ID card number on the record. What? The number of the mysterious executive officer who entered the room that day. You mean... that ID number? I think you're 1 7 shy this time. I can only mean one thing. That's Chief Gant's ID number. Say, anyone care to look inside? Fucking goofballs, why is it just 7s? It's his ID card number. It's like putting your birthday as your password. He's lucky. He is, that's right, because he's quote unquote lucky. Okay, let's examine. Is there any money in there? How much does he have stashed away? Look, it's a aha! A shard from a broken cup. It's somehow familiar. Where have I seen this before? It's so good it was used in a movie. Don't say that. Shh. There's something else in here too. What's this? It looks like a piece of leather cloth with a handprint on it. This is a handprint, isn't it? Hey, I saw someone wearing a shirt like that once. Do you think the chief made up the design? I don't think so. Oh, well, it was just a thought. What is it? What is the, this is all... Wait, this is all that was in the safe? Apparently so. It's empty now. A piece of cloth with a handprint on it, and a broken shard from a cup. They basically look like pieces of evidence. Yeah, but unless you can prove that they have something to do with the case, I'm afraid I can't just let you take them. After all, it's my neck on the line here. Great, now I have to prove their relevancy to get them. How are these two items related to the SL9 incident? Come on! You can talk later, just leave. Seriously, as soon as I get those things, I would have just left. Close the thing and go. Come on, there's gotta be something we can show the detective. Court records. First of all, this cup thing. We... Hey look, there's hard to make out, but there's something dark red stains here. Looks like blood. Do you think the Detective Goodman's blood's... I don't think it's a... I think we've already been through this. Alright, let's go back. Back. Present. Itchy nose. This thing. Oh, goddammit. Just let me double click shit. Detective Gumshoe, could you have another look at this jar? I remember when the three of us put that thing together. Those were the days. Kinda early to be nostalgic. Wasn't this jar a piece of evidence from that case? That's right, one of the shards from an SL9 incident. Sticker on it. Doesn't this ring any bells? You know, the fragment we just found? You mean this one? That was in the safe? Yes, that's the one. That was in the safe. There we go. Now that you mention it, it's ringing a lot of bells. Let's see if it fits. Here, let me see that shard. I'll take a crack at it. Go ahead, pal. Let us show what a Rick can do. Mr. Wright, here's some glue. If I can piece this together again, it'll prove Chief Gantz was knowingly hiding evidence. Here it goes. This way. Oh, come on. E? There we go. There, it fits like a charm. What's that symbol? Of course, that of course means Chief Grant willingly and knowingly hid a piece of this jar in his safe. Lake Phoenix, given how we're risking your job to be in this room, maybe we should leave the room and talk about this unless you get fired from it. Lord. In other words, he concealed a piece of evidence from the SL9 incident. But, hey guys, get a load of this. Hold on. Oh, so good. OJ. This piece you just attached. It's different from the others. Hmm? What do you mean? It's a reddish line on it. A reddish line. That's blood. I don't get it. Why would Chief Gant hide this in his safe? What is that mark? The desk on the other side of the room, was that your sister's? Yes, that's where I was sitting for Lana, waiting for Lana, on the day 2 years ago. Is anyone using it now? No, sir. This is entirely Chief Gant's office now. Better question, who makes a vase with such a small base? Hey, practices a strict policy. He practices a strict policy of preserving the crime scene. That's a strange reason to leave it there. He leaves it as a warning to everyone else. He wants us to be alert. He told us to... Wait, he told us so himself at our New Year's Eve party. Of course, he was pretty intoxicated at the time. I see. So ever since Lana left, no one has ever touched that desk. No one except Chief Gant, and the cleaning lady who's in here each morning. Still, 2 years have passed since that incident. There can't possibly be any clues remaining. Can I ask you something? Sure. You only came here to look around, right? Because it's one of the SL9 crime scenes. I mean, that's your only reasoning for coming here, isn't it? Why do you ask? You don't think... Nah. You wouldn't be... No. No, there's no way. Never mind. Don't worry about it. Okay, now then, let's take a look around a bit more. Hey, hold on. Not so fast, buddy. Huh? What is it? When someone tells you don't worry about it, it's supposed to start bothering you, pal. Was he really fishing for a... What's wrong? You don't just let it go at that. Sorry, this guy is starting to get on my nerves. Okay, so what's bothering you? You two don't think Chief Gant might be a suspect, do you? What? He's right, Mr. Wright. What do we think of him? Chief Gant is finally come to this. He looks like my OJ that I'm drinking. What do you think of him? Perhaps it's best I don't divulge my feelings yet. There you go, ignoring me again. What do we do now? Well, yeah, he's all orange. Put him in a blue suit, Put him in a blue suit, he looks like Trump. OJ. Okay, court records. Where's that little piece of... oh yeah, we have to present him... God damn it. How do I not see the resemblance? Said something about the fingerprints, right? Fingerprint set, right? Detective Gumshoe, I'd like you to have a look at this. Hey, I know what that is. So you want to take some fingerprints? That's a great idea, Detective. Alright, go to town. Sheesh. What are you doing? Why are you sticking your hand out like that? Go ahead, take my fingerprints. What the? But no! It's not your fingerprints we want to take. Huh? Come on, this isn't a time for jokes. We're talking about the cloth we found in the safe. Oh, I knew that. The one with the handprint on it, right? Geesh, where are your sense of humor? Uh-huh, sure. We don't get the droopy face or the orange mop hair. Okay, Mr. Wright, let's check for prints. Sprinkle the powder on the cloth. Then, once they've been absorbed into the prints, allow it to... What are you, my mom? I told you... I don't have to be told a million times. Alright, let's get this over with. Shower. And blow away. Nice. It's a bit more around the edges. Nice. There we go. Who does it belong to? Here we go. Emma Sky! Wait, what's Emma doing holding that stuff? I had a list. Dang. No, how could this be? What are Emma's fingerprints doing here? Hey, you found a match? Whose fingerprints were they? Huh? Oh, it seems the prints are too old. They aren't clear enough to get a match. Oh, that's too bad. I thought they would be Dark's prints. Psst, hey you, over here. What's going on here? Why are you, what are the kids' prints doing inside the chief's safe? Don't ask me. Let's just keep this information from Emma for now. Here, maybe you should hold on to this. Well, was I any help? Of course. Thanks to your ID card, we were able to get some hard evidence. Now, that's not very kind, is it? Oh no. In other words, if it wasn't for his ID card, he would have been useless. Great! We were caught! Isn't that right, you in the coat? Chief Gant! We didn't think you'd be back so soon. Fortunately, I'm a man who believes in signs. As I was walking to my meeting, I happened to look out the window and saw a stray dog run into a pole. Just then, I thought of a certain detective. You mean me, sir? Now then, I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you all to leave. Yes, sir. Sorry. You in the coat. Me, sir? Drop off your ID on the way out. You won't be needing it anymore. But, sir... Now, get out. Yes, sir. Oh, no. We'll be on our way too, then. Wait. You with the one, you, the one without the spiky hair. Don't go yet. Me, sir? I'd like a word with you. But, sir, I'm not a licensed scientific investigator. You with the spiky hair. You're free to go. Mr. Wright. Yikes. Seriously. Look, pal, if I've told you once, I've told you 1,000 times. The chief office is off limits. But no, you just had to go sneaking in there like that, didn't you? I thought you said you didn't care anymore if you were fired. Yeah, but if I knew I'd be like this, I would have never said it. Now that I've seen now that I've seen evidence Chief Gant was hiding in his office, I got an itchy eye. I think I'm finally starting to get the picture. But why was she kept eerily silent about it all the time? Anyway, you listen to me. You listening to me? I'm gonna try to smooth things over with the chief again. Later, pal. I don't think that's gonna work. I'm gonna have a bite of my brownie. Ow. Chocolate and walnut. After that, I heard from Emma. She said the police wanted to ask her some questions, so she'll be busy for the rest of the day. On the contrary, it's very ooey and gooey. I make some good shit. So, the chief has asked Emma to come in for questioning. It's no use thinking about it. Tomorrow's the final day of court. I'm committed to doing everything I can to defend you, which is why I'm here. But I've already told you all I can. What you told me over these past couple of days is absolutely nothing. Not a single useful thing. Really? I believe I did mention something quite important. Something I told you right in the beginning. I said that I was the one who stabbed Detective Goodman. I know. I think I finally figured it out. I know who it was. Wait, I know who it is that's lurking behind your words. Mia did a good job mentoring you. I'm rather jealous. And that is the name of the fourth music album. It seems Edgeworth was right. I seem to have had some trouble with my Wi-Fi for some reason. Edgeworth? Once you're convincing you know something... Wait, once you're convinced you know something, you can... No one can persuade you otherwise. Thick-headed is the term he'd use, I believe. Now's my chance to get her to tell me the rest of the story. I have to admit, I was more than a little perplexed at first. You insisted you did it, yet there was no incriminating evidence. That's when it hit me. It's not that you were unwilling to tell the truth. It's that you were incapable of doing so, because of a certain individual. What an intriguing notion. A certain individual, you say. You don't think I'm protecting this person? Protecting? No. I think afraid of is more like it. If I'm not mistaken, the person in question may have persuaded you into silence. For argument's sake, Mr. Wright, whom may I ask is this person you're speaking of? The one I'm supposedly so frightened of. What is this person's name? Damon Gant. Well, Miss Skye? It's me! No, it's not you, Lord. Okay, stop it. Mr. Wright, you are addressing the Chief Prosecutor. Do not forget your place. I take it she's still not ready to spill the beans. My apologies. Could you please tell me a little bit more about, what you think you know? We were partners until 2 years ago. I respected him as a detective. Assuming he is respectable, then tell me something. Why would he try to hide his crimes? His crimes? Both you and Edgeworth will be brought before a board of inquiry for what you did. Specifically, hiding and forging evidence. Of course these are serious offenses. Why is it, though, that Chief Gant's name was never mentioned? Chief Gant? Edgeworth didn't know the truth behind the forgery. The only party who could have possibly tampered with the evidence was me. I had access because I was second in command of that investigation. Yes, you, but there was also another person, Damon Gant. If you intend to accuse Chief Gant, you'll need more than just words. Show me proof that Chief Gant's falsified evidence in the case. No. I think this. No, not that damn it. I just found this in a safe in the chief's office. This jar piece and this piece of cloth. You know what these are? These pieces of evidence. They're pieces of evidence from the SL9 incident. The person concealing evidence was none other than Chief Gant himself. Now tell me, why are you taking the blame for him? Touché, Mr. Wright. As you surmised, I cannot disobey the Chief's orders. Even if it means being found guilty of murder. Why not? Come now, Mr. Wright. You can't possibly expect me to be able to tell you that. 3 days ago, I had no choice but to cooperate. In the murder of Detective Goodman. Or perhaps I should say, follow orders. Yes, that's more accurate than cooperate. Although I can't tell you the details, I can say that I was given an order that day. I need you to dispose of Bruce Goodman's body. You'll find it inside the trunk of Miles Edgeworth's car. I knew it! Just as I suspected. Despite what everyone believes, you were not the one who murdered Detective Goodman. Correct. I was trying to take the body out of Edgeworth's car. Shh. The trunk's lock was broken, and I discovered that murder weapon while inspecting the body. The murder weapon? You mean Edgeworth's knife? No. When I found the body, this was the knife stuck in it. The knife from the SL9 incident. Serial killer Joe Dark's knife. I couldn't just leave that knife in him. So I took it out and stabbed him with another knife. Ah, see, I was confused about why Edgeworth's knife was used. Now I get it. That would be Edgeworth's knife. That's right. Even though he was already dead, my hands were shaking at the thought of stabbing him. That's why I ended up cutting my hand. That is the reason for the bandage on your right hand. Yes, it seems that I got blood on the victim's shoes as well. And then she saw me just as I plunged the knife in. Miss Starr, huh? Why did you need to hide Dark's knife so badly? It took a lot of work to finally close that dark case 2 years ago. It was over with. I didn't ever want it to be open again. My intent was to prevent that by whatever means possible. So you hid Dark's knife. The weapon used in the stab the detective was evidence in the Joe Dark case. If word got out, which it would, the reporters would have a field day with that. So you wrapped up the knife in your scarf and hid it. In Edgeworth exhaust pipe. Right. Then I called my sister. Oh. Itchy. Here. To tell her what happened and to ask her to hide the knife that was inside my muffler. You asked Emma? I didn't want anyone on the force to know about this. That would explain why Emma was so confident about Lana's innocence. Speaking of phone calls, I had a bad feeling about one of them that day. Bad feeling? The truth is, after I received those orders from Chief Gant, drink. The first thing I did was make a phone call. A phone call to Patrolman Jake Marshall. Hey, buddy. To Marshall? Why on earth would you call him? The lead investigator for the SL9 incident had been murdered. I wanted that fact to be kept hidden, but I needed help. He was the only person I could trust. Or at least, I thought I could trust him at the time. However, it seems that after I spoke to him, he went off on an escapade of his own. Oh, you mean... Not wanting the case to die, he decided to take things into his own hands. He disguised himself as Detective Goodman and tried to steal the evidence. He had already stolen the ID card, but it seems he still hadn't made up his mind to break into the evidence room. Or did they change that part too? It's not Mrs. Starr, it's just Miss Starr. After my phone call, any remaining doubts he had must have disappeared. So your phone call caused the incident in the evidence room. I'm afraid that's all I can tell you. But Lana, you've earned my respect, Mr. Wright, both as a defense attorney and as an investigator. Now please, don't pursue this any further in the courtroom. Tomorrow's trial, there's only one way to drive off Lana's demons. I've got to get to the bottom of everything. Detective Goodman's real murder. And what went down in the chief's offices 2 years ago. To be continued. Can I have a bite of my brownie again? No. do you mean, Lord? Or you may want to stop soon? Ah, delicious. Ooh, so good. Chocolatey goodness. This is a defendant lobby, alright, but there's no defendant. I've been trying to reach Lana all morning. Where could she be? Where's Emma, for that matter? Almost as if something's been happening behind the scenes. Oh, Edgeworth. Knowing you, you've already figured it out. Who the owner of the so many sevens ID number is, that is. Well, I have a pretty strong hunch. Looks like I'm not the only one who's figured it out. You know, the only reason this trial didn't reach a verdict yesterday. So much longer than you've been streaming. Really? Okay. It is pretty long. Alright. Hold on 1 second. I might stop actually. Okay. Alrighty then. I'm just gonna stop for today. I've already saved, so it's all good. Anyway, oh, I totally forgot to change my background. This is my Halloween background. Thanks for the stream tea. It's all good. No, I never said that, but I got my point across anyway. Well, I did go through, like... It's comfy. Well, I think I went to, like, 2 days of, like, investigating or whatever. So, I think that's enough for today. Yeah, I think I've gone through enough. Okay then. Well, thank you so much for wait, Jesus, looking for everything. Yeah, these episodes are really long. Oh yes, and my boy wants to play with me. I'll play with you. Okay. Well, thank you so much for joining me on my stream. It's been very fun. Yeah, I don't have anything else to really say. Yeah, I understand, but, like, if you guys know that it's gonna be very long, plus my throat is already hurting. It's been a while since I last streamed. But yeah, thank you so much for being here with me, guys. As for tomorrow's stream, I'm not too sure what I want to do. Part of me wants a new game, but I don't have money. But yeah, have a good afternoon, good evening, or good night, depending on where you are in the world. And I hope to see you next time. Bye!